thank you all for being here. I'd like to call our regular meeting of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission to order. It's Monday, June 2nd, 2025. It is 6:40 p.m. Thank you for your patience. My name is Robert Klee. I'm the chair of our Town Planning and Zoning Commission. Other members of the commission who are with us here tonight include Jeff Kennedy, our vice chair, and TPZ members Ben Cherry, Aaron Hoffman, Paul Schass, and TPZ alternates Kathy Hunter, and new alternate members. Welcome to Sarah Locke and Robert Wisnia, or Dr. Wisnia. Thank you all. We do need to update our website to reflect all the new folks on the tech website, which I know is not your responsibility, Chris, but Chris Sullivan, thank you for all of your support. As always, you are our town land use analyst and zoning enforcement officer. It's nice to see you. Thank you all for joining us here at the Town Center Auditorium. Our agenda tonight has been available on the town website, and we're going to start tonight with public hearing on Angelo Malisi's 804 Fountain Street development, who is seeking a special exception and site plan for a 96-unit multifamily development and a special exception to modify the requirements for a gable, hip, or gambrel roof. New business, I don't believe we have any new business. Thank you, Chris, for confirming. In our work session, we may consider this evening's public hearing. I think we will likely be continuing our public hearing, so we'll probably skip that in our work session. In the work session, we may have our normal updates on the plan of conservation development and other reports we normally receive. We also received correspondence, I believe, from Pullman and Conley regarding a 4.25 megawatt AC ground-mounted solar facility at 1010 and 994 Racebrook Road. And then we may or may not get to minutes, depending on how late we go tonight. So first up is our public hearing for the application by Angelo Malisi for 804 Fountain Street development, seeking a special exception site plan for a 96-unit multifamily development and a special exception to modify the requirements for a gable, hip, or gambrel roof. So Attorney Nuff, I may ask you to hold for one moment. Because we do have before us two petitions seeking intervention in the pending TPC application regarding 804 Fountain Street. Do we have folks who are representatives of the Woodbridge Land Trust and the Woodbridge Park Association here with us tonight? If so, can you raise your hands? Oh, I see you there, and I see you there. Okay. Great. So first, I guess I can ask the applicant if their applicant has any objections to you've received the motion for intervention.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the record,
you'll have to get right up to the microphone. Folks, is that
you're gonna hold in your hand.
Okay, now it's on. Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Nuff, on behalf of the applicant, I read the both interventions. No objection because of the threshold for just accepting the interventions is fairly low, so no objection.
Great, thank you so much for that. So I will I'll do them each in order. I will move to approve the intervention of the Woodbridge Land Trust based on the filing received by the commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion, further discussion by commission members? Oh, actually, do we need to seat them?
Yes.
Yes. Where are we on our normal rotation of alternates? Which is, we have new alternates as well.
Alternates, so it's at your discretion.
Alphabetical. Sorry. Okay. Yes. All right. Any discussion on the motion to approve the intervention of Woodbridge Land Trust? Did my microphone just stop?
Yep.
I'll try that again. Any discussion on the motion to approve the intervention of the Woodbridge Land Trust? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion passes. Next, I will move to approve the intervention of the Woodbridge Park Association. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. That was by Ben. Any discussion on the motion for the intervention of the Woodbridge Park Association? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion for intervention is approved. All right. So now I would like to formally open our public hearing, now that the Woodbridge Land Trust and the Woodbridge Park Associations are interveners. And I welcome the applicant to go first with a presentation. Thank you for joining us, Attorney Neff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak slowly because I'm guessing the acoustics in here are not ideal. If anyone cannot hear us, please let us know, and we'll do our best to make sure everyone can hear. My name is John Rock. I'm an attorney with an office on 135 Ross Street in Milford, Connecticut. I'm here tonight on behalf of Angela Malisi, who is the contract purchaser of the property at 804 Pumpkin Street. The property consists of 5.7 acres. We're in the Residence A zone, and the property directly abuts the city of New Haven and Wilbercross to the southeast. A sliver of our property, and I mean a sliver, about 3,000 square feet, is in the city of New Haven. We are doing nothing on that property. It is remaining in its current state, so no application of any kind is required to be submitted to the city of New Haven. As you know, Mr. Chairman, there are two special exception applications before you. One is to construct a 96 unit, 4-story, multi-family development as your opportunity housing regulations define that. And the second is to allow a flat roof where a gable, hip, or gambrel roof is otherwise required. The multifamily development will consist of 16 studio units, 55 one-bedroom units, 25 two-bedroom units. Per your opportunity housing regulations, 12% will meet the criteria for affordable housing, with half being affordable for households earning 80% or less of the state median income, and the other half for households earning 60% or less. So as a practical matter, we have 96 units. And when I say 12%, it actually means 12 units. So there'll be 4 studios, 4 one-bedrooms, 4 two-bedrooms dedicated as affordable, and half of each would be 60% and the other half would be at 80%. This application represents the fulfillment of the need for affordable and less expensive housing first recognized by the town a decade ago. The 2015 POCD noted that housing costs pose affordability challenges, that there's a shortage of alternatives to single-family homes, including homes that are easier to maintain and are less expensive, and quote, Woodbridge should strive to maintain a balanced housing stock that responds to housing needs of residents over their life cycle. So what does that mean, over their life cycle? You want the opportunity for people who currently live in town, who want to downsize, who don't want to mow their lawn, don't want to have maintenance challenges, to stay in town, but to have a more convenience and obviously less maintenance intensive place to live. It can also be young singles, young couples who are first getting up on their feet to have a place to live, and then who could probably buy a home in Woodbridge as they continue to grow and prosper. It's also a place where families, in transition. Someone gets divorced, someone is widowed. This presents an opportunity for them to remain in town in a much easier lifestyle than owning a single-family home on a very large parcel. So not only does the POCD recognize the need for affordable housing and housing choices, but your affordable housing plan also did from that's until 2022. So what your affordable housing plan says is that over the past decade, Woodbridge has seen slight population decreases, projected to continue to experience population decreases over the next 2 decades. In Woodbridge, approximately 66% of renters and 27% of homeowners are considered cost burdens. Keeping current residents in town while attracting new residents will seem a priority in terms of maintaining the vitality of the community, as well as ameliorating the potential increased proportional tax burden associated with declining population. Appropriate development of higher density housing with affordable set-asides has been proven to provide economic development. So this is all in the submission, so this is a continuation of what the POCD started in 2015. And then more recently, last fall, we had 2 very productive informal meetings with the Commission talking about how some of the provisions in the opportunity housing regulations at that time really acted as a prohibition, there was a bar to any multifamily, any affordable development in the town of Woodbridge. And after having a robust discussion at those two informal meetings, we then had a public hearing on an amendment to your opportunity housing regulations, and that application was approved. So this is a sort of long-winded way of saying the question of housing choice and the question of affordable housing, both capital A affordable and lowercase a affordable, has been a discussion topic in the town for at least 10 years by your own documentation. And we are very proud that we are the ones that can help bring this to fruition to the town of Woodbridge. Let me talk about two procedural matters. So we know that there has been a traffic peer review that has been submitted, and we provided our response today. We know that an engineering peer review is going to be coming. We haven't received that yet, but we look forward to receiving that, responding. And we also have a memo from Justin LaFountain with regard to some, changes to the plans, but also his planning overview. So, and we're working on that response, so we can provide that probably in the next day or so. We also have the interveners engineers memo from Mr. Trinkus. And so what we want to do to make this as efficient as possible for the commission, for the public, for the interveners, is not respond to everything iteratively, and then everyone has to respond to that. So what we want to do is we have Mr. Trinkus' memo, we have Justin's memo. Hopefully we'll be getting the engineering peer review soon, and we will do one comprehensive resubmission that responds to everything, so that you don't have to be saying, which set of plans are we looking at, which is the most recent, so we'll be taking care of that. So that's also a long way of saying, we're certainly not closing the hearing this evening, because we have some more work to do. Also, on the question of the environmental interveners, so by the way, I introduced myself to both of them this evening, as is customary, and I think as is required, since they are parties. Whenever we submit anything new, now that they are officially interveners, we will make sure, I will make sure, that we submit everything to them, and they assure me that if they have anything new to submit to the town, that they will submit to me as well. So I appreciate that cooperation. So a couple other things on the interventions to keep in mind. First, it does not expand your jurisdiction. You don't become a mini DEP. You can always continue to look at those environmental issues that you've always looked at under your regulations. So for instance, claims such as impacts to aesthetic values, educational value, protecting nearby properties from invasive species and wildlife habitat, not relevant. Only those things that you are already have jurisdiction over are you allowed to consider for the environmental intervention. Second, now that they are interveners, you may, and we will describe why you should, determine why our proposed activities are not reasonably likely to cause unreasonable harm. That's the statute. Is it reasonably likely to cause unreasonable harm? And if it is not reasonably likely to cause unreasonable harm, you stop there. If you find for some reason that it is reasonably likely, then you have to look at feasible and prudent alternatives. I think at the end of the day, you'll find that there is no reason to go on to that next step. You say, okay, so what is reasonable? What's reasonable requires a balancing of the relevant environmental impacts, and to say relevance, I mean that those that you have jurisdiction over, with the applicant's property rights, and I would say in this context, also the articulated need and desire for housing choice and for affordable housing. And I would also say, given the fact that we are maintaining 70% of the site, if you look at our plans, our zoning table, we will have 30%, so maybe 29.5% impervious coverage, meaning 70% of the site will remain in its current vegetative state. The last thing on the environmental intervention is it doesn't do away with the substantial evidence rule. So what do I say that? And you typically see this a lot more in wetland applications than you do in zoning applications. But what it means is generalized concerns, speculation, does not meet the substantial evidence rule. If someone wants to make a claim that there's an environmental harm as a result of our activities, you can't simply say, well, the trees will be cut down or habitat will be lost. It needs to specify the habitat for this species and what environmental harm that will raise. So, just a few notes. With us this evening are Manny Silva from Rose Tizo. He's a professional engineer who will be walking through the plans. Pat Rose is our architect, and Steve Ullman is our traffic engineer. And we'll try to be concise but thorough. We know that there's a lot to get through tonight. We'd love to hear from everyone in the public so that perhaps next time we can come back and, as I said, respond to literally everything. All peer review, all public comments, all intervener comments in a very comprehensive fashion at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Manny Silva from Rose Tizo. I'm a licensed civil engineer here in the state of Connecticut. I'm representing the applicant. Address is 35 Brentwood Avenue in Fairfield, Connecticut. So the project, just to get us oriented here, is on the border of New Haven. As Attorney Nuff stated, we have a small portion of the property which is here in New Haven, which we are not developing at all. The project is along the Route 15, which is the Wilbur Cross Parkway. And then there's a underpass bridge here, which is a stone underpass that goes down to New Haven in the Blake Street area, Wakely Avenue, and then goes down into downtown. To the north of us is the Land Trust property, which has an old reservoir pond on top of it. There is the site itself has a high point or a high spot here. It's kind of like a knob, and then it slopes down towards Fountain Street and then also towards the Merritt Parkway. Well, this is the Wilbur Cross Parkway, and there is a drainage ditch along the Wilbur Cross Parkway, which probably dates back to the 1930s. There's several old culverts that cross underneath the Wilbur Cross Parkway and Fountain Street in this area. I think that's a way to orient you. North is up, obviously, not obviously actually, but it's kind of to the up and to the right. The project itself is, as you can see here, a single building in the center of the property. We tried to set it into the natural topography, which is the top of the hill here, and then we kind of benched it down into the natural grade. We're lowering the grade quite substantially. As you can see here, there's a kind of a rock cut face, and that kind of screens the property from our neighbors to the north and essentially to the east here. The only real view of the property is from the south and the southeast, which is from the New Haven, as you're coming up from New Haven on Fountain Street, and you're looking to your left. You can see here we have a substantial amount of landscaping, street trees. Do you want me to wait? Okay, and I'll continue. There's a substantial amount of street trees along our driveway. We tried to vary them from shade trees to smaller ornamental flowering trees. And then we have some base landscaping to kind of complete the view from the street. So you have this, these taller trees, and then you have this foundation landscaping along the bottom. The property itself, the building itself has about just over 50 spaces in the garage underneath subterranean. As you come along here, you turn in, and there's some parking fields here to the left and right, and the same here. And then you come around and then go down under the building, and that's where you'll have some sheltered spaces. Those spaces in total will be, let me just flip here, 145 spaces, which is about 1.51 spaces per unit. We have 6 accessible handicap spaces. We have 4 of them are here on the outside, just outside of our main lobby here. And then we have 2, which one being a van space in the garage underneath the building. As you can see here, we have your largest fire apparatus that you have in the town circulating. This is a kind of a turning template. Shows us that we can turn into the property and that the fire apparatus can turn around and access the front of the building. We have a smaller SU-30, which is a 30-foot utility truck, and that can turn in. That'll be like your garbage trucks and your FedEx, Amazon, which is more popular now, vehicles, and that will easily circulate throughout the site. And that again is to ensure the public safety for the tenants in the building. So we have essentially one access with an island here in the middle, and that's here at the bottom at Fountain Street. And the reasoning for that is because our greatest opportunity for sightline, which this roadway, the traffic engineer will speak to its design speeds and things of that nature, but we tried to keep it as far down here in this portion to get the greatest amount of sight distance as you come from the north and also from the south. See, at this location, we actually line up with the straightaway that goes underneath the bridge, so the view right down into New Haven is clear, and the same thing to the north. And then in the grading plan, you'll see that we also try to increase the sight line a little bit better by cutting back the grade along this area here, so that grade is lower and the sight line is increased to the north. Right now it's kind of vegetated. There's some rocks that are right along the curb line, and this will improve that. Going on to our drainage plan. So that again, the site this is our grading and utility plan. Our site here has the high point. Everything drains kind of to the south. This is the upland review area for the wetlands. We're outside of that. We have a retaining wall. Basically follows this driveway. This driveway, as you pull in, kind of comes up the grade. Then we have a plateau here where you have your parking. And then the building is on the same level as that plateau. And then the area in the back here, which is our recreation space, will have a patio and a flat grass area here for the tenants. The project collects drainage right now. Right now, the site just sheet flows right down into that ditch that's here along the Merritt Park. I'm sorry, I keep calling it Merritt Parkway. I'll just call it Route 50. And what we do is we collect all that rainwater from our impervious surfaces like the roof and the parking lot, and we put that into a drainage system that has a treatment train. Our first implement on our treatment train is we collect that water in our catch basins, and then we have a snout on all the outlets. The snout basically is like a kind of a turn down on the outlet so that any floatables or any material any oils, any bottles, any paper that floats in the water will stop and not convey down into our system. That will also help slow down the water and precipitate or drop any suspended solids in the water. From there, our system then conveys the water to a swirl concentrator or vortex unit. That is an offline unit. As you can see here, it goes off to the side of this last catch basin. And what that does is it takes the first flush or that first set of water that comes off of when it starts raining, which is the dirtiest set of water, and it brings that into that unit, swirls it into small little vortices, and that actually slows down the water to the point that it'll drop any suspended solids, any heavy metals, up to 85% TSS, or in this case, I think the units now have to achieve 90%. And then there's also kind of a floatable catch ring in that also, so that any floatables that get past the snout, which is highly unlikely, would be captured in the vortex unit. That's our next implement in our treatment train. And from there, the water goes into an underground gallery system, which is basically these concrete arches. They're not arches, but they're squares. And you'll see the detail in the next sheets. Actually, let me see if it's actually in that sheet right there. Nope. All right. So that is actually these open bottom concrete tanks are basically an open area that will let the water sit, infiltrate into the ground. It'll cool the water so that you don't have any discharging of water that's above normal temperatures, because as you know, water that comes off of pavement, especially in the first flush, will be a higher temperature. So this will cool the water down, infiltrate it into the soil, will further filter it, and any kind of, after, even this is at the end of our treatment train, if there's any kind of suspended solids, any pollutants, it'll be taken care of and filtered out that through this large system here. And that, to be specific, is I just want to give you the lineal footage. About 1,200 lineal feet of 4x4 gallery. So it's 4 wide, 4 tall, and about 1,200 lineal feet of it. That'll collect the full volume of the storm up to the 100-year storm. In my drainage report, you can see that we calculated what the existing amount of water that would come off the property and compared it to what it would be after we were developed. And then the 1-year storm, we achieved a 14% reduction from the existing condition, which is a wooded area, all the way up to the 25-year storm, which we have a reduction of 19%. The 50-year storm has a reduction of 23%, and the 100-year storm has a reduction of 10%. So from today, where it is today, undeveloped, our proposal, once it's completed, would have a reduction in stormwater. So that swale there near Route 15 would see less water than it does today. Again, we meet the guidelines for the DEP stormwater manual and the soil erosion control. I'll go that to next. Those are guidelines, they're not regulations, but we want to meet them as much as possible. And this application does. In fact, we use instead of going out and testing the area now and cutting down the trees and things of that nature without an approval, we actually use the DEP's default rate, which means that infiltration rate means that we're assuming nearly no infiltration from our system, that we're holding it all in our system and not getting any credit for the water that the soil absorbs. We have done some preliminary testing. It would be about 6 inches per hour infiltration rate, but we're using a 0.5 default rate, which is recommended by the DEP if you don't have any testing. But if we have an approval from this commission, we'll go out there, do borings, do test holes, and then if anything, the system can become smaller with a higher infiltration rate than what we're showing today, but we're showing the worst case scenario, which is the DEP's recommended default infiltration rate. The next thing is the site, the water that goes into the gallery is controlled by this rear wall here, as you can see. And what that does is that as the water goes into the gallery system, fills up, these walls here meter out the flow to what we show as the reduced amount of water coming out of the system through these small orifices. And then from there, it goes to a level spreader, which is basically a pipe that we have on the side of the hill there. And then there's a small slot that's normally used to collect water from like if there was a trench drain, but we're using it in the opposite way. And what we did was we calculated that based on the DEP recommendations, how long that level spreader has to be so that there's no erosion from the discharge that we're proposing down the hill towards the Route 15. So that water is spread out in such a way that when we have a 100-year storm, the water that's coming out is not enough water to erode a grassy slope. So that's one of the other ways that we are disconnecting our property from any direct connection to the state DOT's drain system or the towns, which there isn't any town system here to connect them to anyway. But that's how we achieve 100% disconnection from the stormwater, adjacent stormwater system, which is how we meet the MS4 requirements. The next sheet is basically our utility plan. We have all underground utilities. We have electrical coming in from here and water. That'll be our fire water lines and our domestic water lines. We then have some secondary, which is after the transformer, secondary lines that will service the on-site lighting, which I'll go to later. We then, during construction, we have to make sure that we're not going to pollute the neighborhood or, like, for instance, we have, the site is going to be, the site, right now, the total site is about 5 acres, and we have a small portion of that that's going to be disturbed. So we want to protect the adjacent areas from any kind of sediment or any kind of water that's coming off the property. So what we have is a soil erosion control plan, and this has this soil erosion control plan starts off with a perimeter silt fence, which then has state hay bales on the backside of them. And that's so that if in a large rainstorm, you see that black fence in construction areas, if a large rainstorm comes and hits that fence, it can just flop over, right? So if we put stake hay bales behind it, that gives it some structural rigidity and it doesn't let that silt fence fall over. We then have a anti-tracking pad at our entrance, and that's basically a pad of large riprap stone, and that's so that when construction vehicles enter or exit our site onto Fountain Street, no mud or anything's being tracked out into the street like you see on some sites where you see a lot of mud getting tracked into the town road, and that goes into the system, into the drainage system. This tracking pad will remove that from the, knock it off the wheels, and it keeps it on the site and doesn't convey it out into the Fountain Street. We also have a temporary sedimentation basin with diversion berms. So during construction, as we start moving dirt around the property, we will install these diversion berms. And based on the DEP recommendation, which the calculation is up here in the upper right-hand corner, we'll have essentially a retention pond, which will divert that water into that pond, settle any mud and any kind of system debris in that pond. And then the only thing that will come over this basically riprap or stone check dam will be clear water instead of any kind of mud or anything coming down in a big wash. We also have a stockpile area here so that we can stockpile things like topsoil, and we have a silt fence ring around that. Also, once our stormwater implements are in place, like for instance catch basins, will have silt sacks in them. And silt sacks are basically like a filter fabric that we put inside the actual unit or the grate of the catch basin. And then once water gets into there, if it has any kind of mud or anything like that gets caught in that silt sack, once the site is stabilized and we have everything paved, we have a lawn established, the landscaping, we'll pull those silt sacks out, or even if they get full ahead of time, we pull them out and replace them. But once the site is completely stabilized, we'll pull them out, and then the system itself will be clean, ready to go from day one without any kind of mud or debris that's from the construction process itself. So let me go on. Here's our details and our notes for the our sequencing for the soil erosion control. Basically, how the contractor and who's responsible and what they have to do, when they have to do it, when the inspections are due. Here's that silt sack details. Basically, a sack that goes inside the catch basin, and then the grate goes on top, and that'll kind of filter the water off before it comes in. Here's our detail of the anti-tracking pad. Here's that important detail of the silt fence with the backed up stake hay bale. As you can see, the water will come hit the silt fence, but then it won't fall over because the stake hay bale is there behind the hold up structure. The next one. So here's some standard details, all our catch basins, and then here's that snout that I was talking about. This is a number one thing in our treatment train of the stormwater. Again, all the floatables get caught inside the catch basin itself, where it gets originated from, and then it doesn't convey downstream to our vortex unit or our gallery system, or even into the Merritt Park drainage system. This is our level spreader. It's a pipe, and you can see the pipe will fill up, and then it will slowly fill, and then start trickling water along its full length, which I believe is. I'll get you that link in a minute.
And just briefly, while you're,
21.
for everyone in the audience, I know that this is not the best visual for you all to see vertically in the back, but all of these documents are available, correct, on our website, which is what I'm looking at, actually.
Thank you, Chairman. And here's that Vortex unit, which is a unit that we put in to clean the water also within our treatment train. As you can see here, the water comes in on an angle, slows down, creates all these little vortices, drops everything to the bottom, and then the water kind of cycles up to the middle and out. Again, that's an offline unit. That's for the first flush. The last catch basin which that's connected to then has an overflow bypass, which has an inlet much higher than the one that goes into this unit here. The next one is just some details of our dumpster enclosure here, our guardrail, which are wood cedar guardrails, cleanouts, and then the rock cut and how we're going to bench it. I know the grades kind of just show it as a straight rock cut, but that's basically the worst case scenario. This is exactly how the contractor would have to build it with these benches in it for any kind of flaking of the rock off. It will catch it in these little benches here. And then there's, at the bottom, kind of a catch area for the stones. And then there in SB2, you can see that I put a kind of a curtain drain along the base of the rock face to catch any water and then convey that away from the building. So here's our lighting plan. This lighting plan here shows the point foot candles all over the property. As you can see, it shows that there's no spillage off of the property itself. One comment from the planner was that there was a low light condition here at the property line at the driveway entrance. That was done on purpose to be compliant with the regulation. We would like to come back once we come back for our sign approval if this is approved by this commission. And then at that point, we'd ask if you give us some leniency to increase the lighting there at the intersection. The units are dark sky compliant. They are blade LEDs like you see here in the upper corner. They are anti-glare. They have house side shields. And they just point downward. There's no glare up to the sky. Dark sky compliant. Our next one is our landscaping plan. I kind of talked about this already. We have a plant list here of our native species, and then there was a little mix-up. Your planner pointed out that we had a little mix-up with our symbols. We corrected that. Again, we have some large shade trees to keep the temperature down on the asphalt, to give it good shade. And then in between those, there's these smaller trees, which are the mostly flowering trees, like the American dogwood and things like that. I don't want to go down the full list, but it's there. And then we have a lot of foundation plantings here at the base of the building and also along the perimeter of the parking lot. Those are ground cover type of plants like spreading yews and some bach. Let me just make sure I have that. I didn't want to get into the specific plants, but I'm going to do it anyway. We have some inkberry, buttonbush, winterberry, and then switch grasses, which are those taller grasses that stick up around the area. And that's basically my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Again, like Mr. Attorney Nuff said, I welcome any kind of other engineers that want to come and be a peer review. I think it's a good thing to have a better design. We all can help each other as long as we're helping each other, trying to get and going to the same goal. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
So I think we're going to hold our commission questions to the end as a group. So we've all been taking notes. So I think you have others in your team to still present.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, so next we'll have the architect, my partner Pat Rose, come up, and he'll speak to the building. Thank you again for listening.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Rose Diesel Company, 35 Avenue, Fairfield, Connecticut, the licensed architect in the state of Connecticut, representing the applicant. Just like to go
If you
through
could project as best you can.
closer. Got it. just like to go through the plans and elevations and the rendering of the building. These are full-size plans of the floor plans, which I will not go into because nobody can see them. I can't see them from there either. But it shows the size of the building and the different levels. So as we go through drawing A102A, that is the lower level of the building, that is parking garage, that is below grade. In the parking garage, there are 54 parking spaces. There are also a variety of other spaces down in that lower level. They include the lobby you enter from the parking spaces, some storage areas here, a refuse collection point in this location, bike storage in this corner, and then egress stairs here, and egress stair here on the other side, and then a water meter room in this location for the water service, and electrical service room here, where the transformer and meters will all be located in that location. So that is very utilitarian space down below the building. You enter that by the driveway that comes in this location, which drops you down from the elevation of like 305 at the entranceway. You go down to 292, elevation 292 at the lower garage. First floor, we have in the center of the building, there's lobby, vestibule, elevator for the facility. There will be mail in this corner here, package space in this corner here. And then there are two offices, rental office and operator's office in this corner on the side. And then a lounge in here and a fitness area here. And that has, the lounge has access to the patio space. It's out in the back at elevation 305. So that whole back of the building is essentially, that garage is buried underneath this side. And it slopes on this side, it slopes on this side to some degree. The number of apartments that we have is 96. We have 16 one-bedrooms, 16 studios, 55 one-bedrooms, and 25 two-bedrooms. The studios range from 512 square feet to 523 square feet. One-bedrooms range from 700 to 786 square feet. And the two-bedrooms range from 1,020 square feet to 1,278 square feet. The layout of the first floor and floors 1 through 4 are very similar. On the first floor, there are only 21 units because of the common spaces that are in the center of the building. On the second floor, the second, third, and fourth floor, there are 25 units total. The two bedrooms being on the end, and two bedrooms being on the end here, and then there's one that's closest to the second floor. And there's a variety of ones and studios along there. And each side of the building, there's a stairway connected by a center corridor. So that brings you back, there's the other side where there's another stairway, exit stairway. In the center there is the elevator and the refuse trash heap in this location. Second, third, and fourth floor are all the same, with their layout, 25 units each, and all of the core spaces are in the same location, all vertical. The roof, which is a flat roof that we're looking to have done, will have a parapet all the way around it. As you'll see in the elevations, these are bump outs, which are towers around the perimeter of the building. There's 5 in the front and 2 on each side. Up on that roof, you'll have groupings of condensers that service the HVAC in each one of the apartments. You'll have an overrun for the elevator, and on this other stairway, there is access to the roof for maintenance. Building elevation, I just would like to go through it quickly, and I'll show you the rendering. It's a little easier to see what's going on in the flat elevation. What we've done is on the lower level, in this front elevation, you have stone veneer, which you can see here, a little better. And each one of the towers actually is done out of brick. And then you have ephes panels on the first floor. You have siding, horizontal siding on the second and third floors. And then on the fourth floor, you have horizontal siding, which is a larger depth to it, with a little different look on the top floor. And then you've got an ephes band that separates that fourth floor. The side of the building, this is the side of the building that has the entrance to the garage. This other side of the building, which is buried into the hill, has a fan location, so this is up high, does not go all the way down. Similar materials that you have, stone, lower portion, ephes at the first floor, towers that are out of brick, and then siding of different size on the second, third, and then the fourth floor. This is a view of the building from Fountain Street at the entrance. See the entrance lines up top of the hill where there's plateau parking in this location. You can see, actually can't see the lower level from this entrance. It's down below this because the hill rises to the flat parking lot. You can see the towers here, center tower where the entrance is, and then towers here and here. ephes band at the second floor, another one at the bottom of the fourth floor, and then at the roof, which you're seeing. Pretty much shows you what the building's going to look like from the street. The way it's designed is that to the rear and to the side, there is you have a hill here, which is we'll cut into, and then you have down here, and this portion of the building, other than the upper stories, you're not going to see from anywhere. That is not down lower on the hill in Powell Street. So I like the traffic here. Okay.
Let me get this slideshow back. Okay. Good evening. My name is Steve Alwyn. I'm a professional traffic engineer in the state of Connecticut. I am employed by Benish Associates. Our office is in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I performed the traffic impact study for this development. It was started in November of 24. Counts were done in November of 24. As stated, there will be a single driveway to Fountain Street for access to and from the site. Our counts are, we do turning movement counts up at Ramon Road, about 2,000 feet north of the site, and we did ATR counts along Fountain Street at our site frontage. The ATR counts measured the speeds along Fountain Street, is posted at 40 miles an hour. The 85th percentile measured speed was 44 miles an hour in both directions. We said we did turning counts in the morning and afternoon peak periods during midweek at Ramon, Street at Fountain and Lane and Park Lane. The next step in doing the traffic study was taking those counts and growing them or expanding them to the build year. The build year is chosen as 2026, 2 full years out from when counts were done. Based on consultation with the Department of Transportation Bureau of Planning, they said the general background growth on Fountain Street should be around 0.8% per year. So I expanded the volumes for 2 years at 0.8%. We also went to the Yukon Crash Repository, where all the states crash data now is compiled. And we found that I pulled it from just north of Ramon, south to Seneca, in Seneca Road in New Haven. There were a total of 17 crashes. At that point, 10 of them were at Fountain Street at Ramon, with 7 occurring along the road from Ramon down to Seneca. There were no spots. There were no crash patterns that indicate there were any geometric or any traffic problems, control problems on the street. Next, we have to determine the impact, the traffic impact of the development. What we use is the ITE Trip Generation Manual, 11th edition, dated 2021. It contains multiple trip generation rates. There are 3 for apartment uses.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I'll try and speak louder.
Could you start that section again, please? Can you start that section?
Yes, for trip generation, the number of cars that will be added to the roadway network, we use the ITE Trip Generation 11th edition, dated 2021. It contains various land uses for multifamily housing. We've also coded it as land use 221, which is multifamily housing mid-rise. Mid-rise being between 2, 3 to 10 stories. This is 4. Total number of units is used to determine how many trips will be generated. With 96 residential units, the average daily traffic is assumed to be 411, with the morning peak hour generating a total of 31 vehicles, 7 entering in the morning and 24 exiting. During the PM peak, there will be a total of 38 vehicles, 23 entering, 15 exiting. We then assign those trips to the roadway network based on the existing volumes along Fountain Street. It's approximately in the morning, 70% is going down towards New Haven, 30% going the other way, and it flips in the afternoon. We also measured the site distances available from the proposed site driveway location. The site driveway sightline to the north or west is measured to be approximately 445 feet. For 85th percentile speed of 44 miles an hour, we need 500 feet. So to the north, we're shy by 50 feet, 55 feet. As discussed, we're going to clear some rock outcroppings. That's what's blocking the sight line. It's a horizontal problem. Vertically, you can see quite a ways to the north. It's just the rock outcroppings here. This will be on state property, so the developer will have to contact the District 3 office during the encroachment permit to get permission from them to clear that rock. I don't see an issue with that. They want safety. To the south, it exceeds well over 500 feet under the bridge. So the sight lines is that. We then did a capacity analysis of the 2 intersections study, Ramon, Fountain Street at Ramon, and then the site drive. We did that with the no-build volumes, which I described, which is just the existing volumes grown for 2 years, and for the build conditions. That takes that background volumes, that is the 2026 volumes, and then adds those trips added to the roadway network. The When we did the analysis, the intersection of Ramon at Fountain Street, the Ramon Street approach will experience a level of service E during the morning peak period and a level of service D during the peak period, both prior to our development and after our development. Level of service E is considered acceptable for a side street approach to a arterial roadway such as Fountain Street. The site drive, once constructed, will operate at a level of service B during the morning peak period and C during the afternoon peak period. Based on our findings, we believe that this development will not impede or adversely affect traffic operations on the roadway network. I'd like to note that VN Engineers provided a peer review last week. I've gone through them. I have a revised report which was submitted to the town. Essentially, we agree and note all their comments. The only comment I did not incorporate and change was they suggested that we use the peak hour of the generator for the trip generation rather than the peak hour of the adjacent traffic. That is not normally how traffic studies are done. Developments are judged on how their traffic will impact the worst traffic on the roadway. That is especially true of Fountain Street. If you look at the ATR counts that are in the report, you'll find that those edge hours outside the peak hour are 50 or 60% of the total peak. So once you get outside the peak hour on Fountain Street, there is more than enough capacity to handle it. I'll let VN comment on that, but that's the only thing we did not fully look at. So I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, Steve. So that's our presentation, Mr. Chairman. I know there's a lot to get through, a lot of people want to speak, so we don't want to belabor this more than we have, and so we want to give everyone plenty of opportunity. I don't know what the commission has questions now, but you want to talk to some of your consultants, Justin, or your traffic peer reviewer, but we're happy to proceed in whatever manner you deem appropriate.
Great, thank you. Is this on? Can folks hear me? Hopefully in the back, great. So commission members, I thought that we would have our normal opportunity to ask questions of the applicant now, which is our standard process we usually use. We can then invite our consultants to ask questions if they want, and then the interveners, now that they are interveners in this matter, also have the opportunity to ask questions. So I think we'll go in that order, if that's okay with folks on the commission. So commission members, do you have any questions for the applicant and applicants? When you come up, please ask you to come up to the microphone. So commission members, do you have questions on what's been presented thus far?
How do you want each person to stand up for questions, or do you want to have them go up and down?
If you have a question for the engineer.
We're done questions, but my view, let's not have them walk up, sit down, walk up, sit down. Let's have each person stand up, and we can ask that one person questions.
Okay. Do we want to start with the attorney?
That would be easy.
Okay.
Maybe just give ourselves a little more room.
Okay.
I guess it's going to be mostly me and Manny, so.
So Paul, do you have questions? Go right ahead.
I can read my writing in 1 second.
I want the traffic guy. Can I ask him one question?
Of course.
You need a microphone.
Big traffic guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You need it for that.
Okay. All right, traffic guy. Thank you.
Yes.
So on Fountain Street, if you're in New Haven, you're headed toward Woodbridge. So that's generally north, right?
Right.
So as you come up, that's pretty graded, that whole
Yes.
hill area. So if people are going 45 miles an hour and you live in this complex and you pull out and take a left, will there be enough time to execute that turn before someone comes up at 45
Yes.
miles an hour?
That is what is considered in the sightline distance. It is the amount of time needed for someone to turn left get in their lane prior to that car getting there. And that's all time-based. You look at it and say it takes X amount of seconds or fractions of a second to make the left turn. How far do you have to see at a given speed to be able to safely make that turn? And looking towards the northwest, it's really blocked at this point by the rock outcropping. If you can get out into the middle of the street, which I did,
Okay.
and look north, you can see 550, almost 600 feet before the crest of the curve takes hold. So once we get rid of some of those rocks, there will be enough sight line for someone to safely exit the site.
Thank you.
Well, while you're there, can I ask you a few questions? Thank you. So first, I didn't understand, you made a comment of something about aside from peak traffic, you have no concerns, or, so I wasn't understanding, are you saying that during peak hours, you have concerns, there's a challenge?
No, the ITE trip generation provides volumes or anticipated traffic on two different levels or two different time periods. First is during the peak hour of the adjacent traffic. Now, mind you, this is all based on studies of other sites. People go out and they count sites just like this across the country and then plot the data and you get generation numbers for different periods. For a traffic study such as this, you use the volumes of the site that are generated during the peak rush hour, of the roadway, especially on Fountain Street. As I said, Fountain Street peaks during the rush hour tremendously versus the rest of the day. Whaley Avenue does not. Whaley Avenue is heavy all 20 hours of the day. Fountain Street, however, so you use those volumes of the site that impacts the roadway during the roadway's peak. The assumption being that that is the most severe impact during the day.
I fully understand that, and I drive that during rush hour almost every day.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to understand, and again, mine is anecdotal, it's not scientific, but as someone who drives down Fountain Street from Ansonia Road, I'm trying to picture cars getting out across the open lane to go to the other side at 7, and I just can't fathom that, because what you're saying is this is done from a quantitative study, not somebody going there anecdotally. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. This is data provided created over the years for studies by AASHTO, American Association of, I can't recall what it is, and the Department of Transportation. And what has been determined is it takes a certain amount of time for the driver to react. It then takes a certain amount of time for the driver to accelerate across a lane and turn left. That amount of time is generally, you need 6 to 8 seconds, 5 to 8 seconds of time to complete that maneuver. So then you calculate how far will a car travel at 45 miles an hour in that period of time, and you make sure that you can see beyond that. So that's how it's computed. It's all based on time.
I get the scientific part, and I'm not a scientist, nor do I play on TV. But as someone, again, who goes down that road and periodically that traffic backs up Fountain Street towards Ansonia Road, I'm just trying to figure out how that would not be a challenge without a traffic light. And clearly nobody wants a traffic light coming down Fountain Street and Ansonia Road.
No, the Ramon Street and
Sorry,
Fountain Street.
folks from the audience, we're hearing from an
But I
applicant.
don't, looking at the lines, does not warrant a signal. I don't believe that signal would warrant it any place along Fountain Street.
And one other question, I think this, on the VN, have you read the VN Engineers Traffic Study? Okay, good. So can you, I know in here they noted it twice, that Park Lane, which, in number 12 and number 19
Yes.
was excluded from the study. Why is that?
It is not.
It's not, so they're wrong.
What I had to do in the synchro analysis is, as you know, Ramon comes in, Park Lane comes in at an angle on the same side of the street. The software will not analyze that situation.
Ramon is Rimmon, for those who want to know. Rimmon Road.
So the software will not analyze it for any of the different methodologies. It just doesn't want to know how to do that. So what I did was I put Park Lane across the street. So it is still intersecting all the traffic, but I made a condition so that the software said, okay, I know what you want to do. So that's what.
So you overrode the software to make Park Lane and Rimmon included
Correct.
as an opposite sides of the street.
Correct.
Thank you.
That has to be done with the software on multiple different configurations with the unsignalized module, unfortunately.
So that's an unemotional scientific conclusion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have other questions of our traffic engineer while he's up here? I guess I have
I'll still be here.
I know you will still be on. My quick one, just so I make sure I heard it right. Part of your findings, the addition of this development is not going to have a substantive or material change to the existing traffic on
No.
either Ribbon or Fountain.
No.
Is that correct? Can you just explain, I know you said that in a sentence, just in as lay terms as you can for non-traffic engineers, why is that the case?
Okay, the analyses come out and give level of service in the letter, which is what I reported. And the letter is, let's say for Rimmon, is
There was an E, there was a D.
E, yeah, E. Now, here's where I say it doesn't really have significant impact. In the no-build condition during the A&P, Rimmon Road cars will experience an average delay of 35.8 seconds. Now, that's what the software says. In the post-development, it becomes 38.2. That's not even, that's about 2 seconds difference, average delay. The person coming up to that stop sign is not going to feel 2 seconds worth of delay in their daily drive. So that's why I say that. For example, along Fountain Street, the average delay for the left turn into Rimmon is 7.9 seconds in the no-build condition, and it remains 7.9 seconds in the build condition. So we're not going to see any real traffic. We're only adding 30 cars over the span of an hour to the entire network, which is less than a car every 2 minutes.
Thank you. Other questions by commission members for any of the applicant team? Okay. Yes, we need the microphone.
I'd like to ask the engineer about, mention the drainage down the driveway. You mentioned talking about other drainage, but what's going to happen to the water that gets to Fountain Street? Where is that going to go?
So we don't have, we're not going to change the drainage system on Fountain Street, but what it currently does is it gets collected in a couple of catch basins along Fountain Street, and then it discharges to that open water course along the Route 15, and that gets conveyed to a wetland area underneath, south of Route 15 in New Haven.
But I think your driveway is going to create a lot of water coming down towards Fountain Street. It seems that would have to, down the slope, and water, how much of a problem is that going to add to drainage onto Fountain Street?
Actually, our design doesn't connect any water to Fountain Street whatsoever. So we're trying to mimic the natural condition, which was the land conveyed water down to that ditch along Merritt Parkway, It didn't go, except for some minor area that went off of the rock cut and then into Fountain Street. So what we wanted to do is mimic that existing condition the best as that we could with all the best management practices, and basically convey that water back down in the same manner that it was, which is overland towards the ditch along the Merritt Parkway. So we haven't directed any water towards Fountain Street. We collected everything on site and then discharged it on site, and it discharged it in a manner that mimics the existing condition.
But some water has to come down that driveway.
It's getting collected at the end of the driveway. Obviously, there's a small portion maybe at the apron that comes onto Fountain Street, but it's kind of a minimal amount of water. No more than what you would say you have for 2 or 3 single-family houses that would, if they were to be developed on this property. So I wouldn't estimate that. So if you had, say, it's a 5-acre lot property, you had 3 single-family houses, and you had everything discharging out to the street like you normally have, they'd probably discharge more water to Fountain Street than we are.
And just one other, the way that the site is, how good is the access for fire apparatus to the rear of the building? Because you have,
So the fire code, and I'm sure we'll have a letter from the fire marshal at some point, but the access, the way, what we have, we provide full access to the front of the building and the sides with the fire apparatus, and then they have a flat area that they can go around the back of the building. The building's fully sprinklered, so they're allowed to have up to a range of 450 feet from their apparatus, which we comply with, and more, we're well within that 400-foot.
was the area behind the building wide enough for a fire truck to go in there past
Not a fire truck, but they can get their ladders back there. They can have people, bring their equipment and ladders back there to rescue anyone from the windows. But again, it's a full sprinkler building. It's fully compliant with the new fire codes, new building codes. So that scenario where they'd have to rescue someone out of a window is very unlikely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
While you're there,
Sure.
I have a question.
By the way, the weather's been beautiful lately. Unfortunately, it's always during the week.
Let's see. So when you were discussing the stormwater runoff, I wanted to get an explanation. So you said something to the effect of, and I get chicken scratch. You said this is the worst case scenario. The system could be smaller.
Correct.
So, and then you said that you're going by the DEP, either guidelines or suggestion, but it's not a regulation. So if the system is smaller, does that no longer abide by the suggestions or?
No, so what we did is, because we're trying to not cut trees down and do extensive soil testing on property, the DEP allows you to use a default rate for infiltration, meaning how quick the water within my storage system gets sucked down into the ground, right? If I was to do testing out there, borings and things of that nature, I'd probably find that that the water level within the system would be dropping down about 6 inches per hour. That's the infiltration rate of the soil below it. Since we don't want to do that testing until this commission approves a project, what we use is the default rate, which is a highly conservative rate for the infiltration system, and we use the 0.1 inches per hour. So we went from 6 inches per hour to only half an inch per hour, and that's a highly conservative value. Nearly no infiltration. So if we were to do testing and found that, the system, the ground can actually absorb more water, the size of our system could be essentially smaller and still be compliant. But what we're putting in front of this commission is the largest system that would be required under the default rate. So.
Thank you, so I understand it now. And along those lines, regardless of the site, does the amount of trees cut down no longer matter because of the size of the system? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're mimicking again. Right now, the rain falls on the site and it's wooded and it has some rocky areas, and that absorbs a certain amount of water into the ground, especially at lower storm events. Obviously, at higher ones, it sheds off more water. So what our system does is it mimics that condition by trapping the water, putting it underground, and letting it infiltrate into the groundwater as it would have if the site was undeveloped. So,
Can I ask a follow-up question? Oh, I went from the works now. I asked a follow-up question on the stormwater management system. And I appreciate, and with the detailed plans, you have, whiz-bang, gizmos, pumps, well, first question, nothing is actually like, nothing is motorized. These are all sort of static. Is that sort of what you meant by passive or?
it's all gravity fed, so there's no mechanical force mains, there's no pumps, everything is gravity. We try to avoid them as much as possible. We try to keep our systems so that they're easily maintained.
That's where I was going. What is the plan for the ongoing operation maintenance? Because these things are designed to trap silt, debris, other things, and prevent it from moving off-site or going other places. Can you just walk us through standard maintenance to keep these things at their level best?
So I have on SB2 kind of an outline of the maintenance plan. It's every 6 months the catch basins and the hydrodynamic separator get looked at, and then if there's any sediment more than I think I put in there 6 inches, that system that unit would be vacuumed out with a vac truck. For the gallery system, we try to maintain, we go and check that every 12 months, only because of our treatment train, there shouldn't be any sediment or anything getting into those galleries. But if there is, we'll check it out every year. I usually prepare an operation and maintenance manual for the property manager, and then we'll even file that with the town engineer and on the land record, so that if the CEO thinks that something's not being maintained, he can go there and see what the maintenance plan is, and then there'll be a log in the operation and maintenance manual with the property manager, and then there he'll log whenever he cleaned and inspected all the implements on site. So that's how we do these projects throughout the state.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got one more question.
Sure.
So right now, I don't know if you can answer this one. Right now, the winter runoff, can you quantify how much water runs off the property right now?
So it ranges from the 100-year storm in the area is somewhere just above 6 or 7 inches per 24-hour period. That's the 100-year storm. You'll probably see that when you have like a hurricane or something like that, right? Which is very rare. The 100-year storm doesn't necessarily mean it happens every 100 years. It means that there's 1% chance that'll happen every day throughout the year. The more frequent storms is probably like the 1 or 2 year storm. That's why we have that in the report. And that's why our hydrodynamic separator and all our water quality units are kind of designed to 2 CFS, those lower storm events. Really, it's that 1.3 inches of rainfall, that first 1.3 inches of rainfall that sheds all the dirt and stuff off of the pavement. We want to catch that and treat that first, and then all the water after that is kind of is relatively clean, right? Because as soon as all that stuff comes off the pavement, there's really not much in contaminants on the pavement itself.
I have a different, so I was going a different way.
Yeah.
So right now, in the middle of January, it rains. How much water is coming off the property for an average storm on the Fountain Street?
Let me get my So like I said, on Fountain Street, there's not much that falls onto actual Fountain Street, but coming off the property, currently, say, a 2-year storm, that would be 2.3 cubic feet per second comes off the property. Like a 100-year storm, if it was like a hurricane in the winter, which is not typical, you'd have like 18 cubic feet per second. We're reducing it with our controls, the 100-year storm down to 16, and then at the 2-year storm, we're reducing it by another 10%. So we try with these projects because historically projects have been built without any controls, right? So like this school was built, there's probably no controls, right? It just connects into the nearest brook. There's no water treatment, there's no storage. So we try to achieve a reduction of any new projects so that we're kind of making up for the sins of the past, right? So we're trying to reduce the amount of water that's coming off of new sites to kind of compensate for old sites that have no controls. And that reduces flooding downstream. That increases our water quality going downstream. so that we have cleaner water, less water like during high impacting storm events. These sites, these new sites all over, that we're building all over, will hold that water on site and infiltrate it versus just discharging it as fast as possible into the nearest brook.
So, for my simple mind, what you're saying is that if there was no development there right now, you conclude that there'll be less water on.
If this gets approved by this commission and we build this project, this amount of water coming off the site will be less than it is today.
Right now, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from commission members of the applicants?
In the original submission, there was an inclusion of 1 3-bedroom unit, and maybe this is a question for. Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, in the original submission, there was inclusion of 1 3-bedroom unit.
Correct.
And then in the current submission, that was eliminated. And
Correct.
that was, the 3-bedroom was a recommendation of a couple of commissioners based on.
No, and we do recall that, and we did our best to try to do that. The problem is we exceeded the height, and so there wasn't an opportunity to have that 3-bedroom unit.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Jeff?
Yeah.
The parapet, what's the parapet height on the roof? The screening height that's provided by the parapet?
The parapet on the roof is EPIS, the material on the outside is EPIS, it's made with metal studs and plywood and.
How high?
How high is it? The highest point is about 8 feet and the tallest one. Well, the other ones are around between about 5 feet.
I guess I'm asking in terms of you noted that there would be condensers on the roof.
Yeah.
So in terms of screening of the condensers
The condensers are 3 feet high, you know, so
so from street level, those will not be visible?
yeah, from street level, you won't see them because it's much higher.
Thank you.
While you're there, can you, so I think, turn it off on. I maybe ran out of juice. Okay, thank you. So, to what Aaron just said, is there a reason why you chose a flat roof versus something that would maybe fit in more with Woodbridge kind of character of gabled roofs?
The reason to go with the flat roof is because we can make the building that much shorter. Once you go with the pitched roof, it has to be at a minimum slope pitch, you know, 4 per foot, and that will be much higher as a 65-foot wide building.
And I think you mentioned that the mechanicals will be on the roof?
The condensing units will be on the roof.
And what kind of sound would you hear from the parking lot or around the facility?
You're not going to hear them all because they're so much higher than you want.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions, commission members?
Mr. Chairman,
You need a microphone. I don't want to pass you mine. Mine's actually working.
so Mr. Chairman,
Yours is not.
So, Mr. Chairman, we can ask the applicant further questions, right? So if we move on to public comment, can we go back and ask the applicant further questions after they respond to the studies and the plan studies? And as Attorney Nuff said, he was going to combine the data. Can we then ask questions at that point?
Whatever your process is, we'll answer questions no matter when you ask it.
So, Jeff, we'll definitely have another session.
Right.
After we receive the responses to the various studies, et cetera. And tonight we can still ask questions.
Understood.
I know you're recognizing we have a lot of folks here that also want to.
That's what I'm done.
Understood. But Attorney Nuff, I did want to ask for that next time. I do want to go back to something you said at the very beginning. about our interveners and the limits on what the interveners can address under the interpretation of the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act intervener statute. I'm not asking for you to do that now, but I'm asking for that time when we meet again, if you could provide us with a memo or letter to the effect that outlines your views at least of what the interveners can address in terms of the subject matter and topics that are normally the purview of our Planning and Zoning Commission, but also provide us, which you did orally, but a written version of the legal standard with which we review the claims made. Okay. Further questions from the commission members? So thank you to the applicant. And Jeff, I know you want to go to public comment, but we do next actually on our agenda have our town consultants, which we do have two of them with us here today. Our engineering still in progress, so we'll hold on our engineering report. We do have our planning consultant and our traffic consultant. I don't know if anyone has a preference of going first.
We lost you.
Okay. Oh, they turned the mic on. Did they turn the mic up? How about the volume?
Good evening, I think everyone can hear me.
That seems okay.
Okay.
Well, in the back, can you hear?
Okay, I'll do louder. How about now? Much better. Okay. Thank
Also
you.
face
This
this
will be
way.
short. My name is Nancy
One way or
Zara.
the other.
I work for VN Engineers. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut. We reviewed the traffic impact study provided by Ganesh. I want to clarify that our comment was based on the previous version of the study. What we presented today is an updated version that we did not yet get a chance to review. So I believe most of our comments may have been addressed or clarified already, but I can definitely review that again and provide you our responses. So I do not want to delay the public comment. I just want to clarify two things. I don't want to repeat the same comments again. The comment about intersection geometry, it was not clarified in the first version why the analysis was set up in a way that the southwest bound angled approach is modeled as a northbound approach. So that's why it was hard for us to understand why it is this way. So that's why we added that comment. The other one is about the tree generation. We usually try to be the most conservative, so whatever gives us the worst case scenario is what we try to analyze. That could be the traffic that's coming from the development. It also could be the traffic that's happening in the outside road network. Whereas in this case, they prefer the peak traffic that's happening in the network. So I can again take a look at the clarification and provide our responses. But I just want to mention that from our review, the differences in those two numbers did not seem like that it will completely change the findings of the report currently. So I just wanted to mention that. So based on our review of the first version of the traffic impact study, it did not seem like that only adding this development would significantly deteriorate the traffic conditions in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our town's traffic engineer?
Well, we might have one when we hear what people are saying. It's supposed to be a meeting where people can have and understand what people say. And time with
So I do have a question. You have a table here. It shows the peak hour adjacent street traffic with an AM peak and a PM peak. Then you have the peak hour generator. It shows a total number with the AM peak and the PM peak. That number is 1 greater with the peak hour generator during the AM peak and 8 greater during the PM peak based on the peak hour generator. Can you just help me understand what does that delta signify? 8 more 8 more vehicles per hour, or how am I supposed to interpret that data?
Yes, so 8 more vehicles per hour, but that's also distributed whether they're coming in or going out. So it's a combined value. And then we can distribute it based on, the trip pattern, people going in and out.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Other questions from commission members? Thank you, and we will have your update. So you have the opportunity to look at the applicant's report, or most updated report today, from today, and then provide any additional comments and feedback at our next meeting when that is scheduled.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question.
I'm sorry, we're not doing questions from the members of the public.
Why?
We're conducting our public hearing. We haven't, the public comment portion will come after our town's consultants, and then the interveners will have the opportunity to make a presentation as well, and then we will get to public comment. I'm sorry, folks, that is our standard order in which we. No, I'm sorry, sir, you can't. We're going through our process in the normal course.
Other questions don't come after people leave.
Let me ask this question.
I'm sorry, but we are going to follow our normal procedures, which is to have next our town planning consultant, if there's anything that you would like to add.
Just a couple things real quick. Justin LaFountain with Goldman York. My main...
You have to go louder and closer to that.
You got it. Justin LaFountain with Goldman York, town planning consultant. I had sent the applicant about 3 or 4 pages of comments, which it sounds like they're in the process of going through right now. So at this point, I don't have a lot, but there's one thing that I'm hoping Attorney Nuff could speak to, because I think it's an important part of this, which is the affordability plan. In order to apply for this, they need to either have 12% affordable housing, if it's 80% AMI and 60% AMI, or 20% of 80% AMI. Attorney Nuff, could you speak a little bit to how that process goes? It used to be in place for 40 years, and how is the town able to enforce that if the building changes ownership or anything like that in the future?
Okay. Thanks for your question, Justin. So everyone knows we have submitted an affordability plan that's dated March 26, 2025. I will concede, I am not the author of this. My partner, Amy Suchus, is the author because she's one of the few true experts on affordable housing in the state. Unfortunately, she's going to be here this evening because she's covering another hearing, I think, in North Haven. I'll do my best, but I'd be happy to do another memo for Justin, or have Attorney Suchus join us next month so she can give a more explicit explanation of what the affordability plan includes. As I understand it, the way this will work is that no specific unit is designated as affordable. I think that 1 out of the first 4 units have to be designated as affordable. So people will come and go, obviously, into the project, the developments. And if someone who meets the affordability requirements leaves that apartment, or if they get a raise and they no longer meet that criteria, it's not as if that their unit is an affordable unit. The next unit that becomes available then becomes the affordable unit. There is an elaborate process that we will have to go through to advertise to the public at large that there are affordable units within this development. There is a requirement that we report to the town of Woodbridge every year how we are maintaining those units as affordable units. There is a designated person who, in this case, is going to be the owner of the property, who is the entity or the person who will ensure compliance. We will record the affordability plan on the land records, so everyone in the public is on constructive notice of what the affordability requirements are for this location.
I'm sorry, sir. we are not having members of the public speak. There is a time for public comment, and it is coming soon. So thank you for your patience.
I think you know, based upon the affordability plan, or just what you're hearing in the press, is that we measure affordable units based upon the average mean income. Half of our units are going to be set aside for those earning 80% of the average mean income. The other half are going to be set aside for those earning 60%. What we are required to do is take the lower of the state median income or the regional median income. Because the Woodbridge area is from the New Haven region. Because that dropped below the state median income, the numbers that we have included in our report will be updated because now the actual rental prices will be going down because the average mean income that we need to calculate will be going down as well. Justin, is that sufficient? I'm happy to do whatever I need to do to.
No, that's good for now. My main question was just in terms of the 40 years. 40 years is a long time, so how do we make sure that that maintains over any ownership changes with the building?
Well, as I said, it gets recorded in land records. We are required to report yearly to the town. I believe we're required to report yearly to the state as well. And so there are people who monitor some such things. And obviously, we would keep our own books and records to ensure that we are maintaining those affordable units. And it gets a little bit tricky from the situation that I had mentioned earlier. As people who are in affordable units either earn more or they decide to move out. But again, the whole idea is to maintain that 12% for those 12 units through the life of the development.
Any other? Any other questions from commission members?
I just wanted to ask Justin.
Can you right into the microphone if it's...
I'm reading the report. I think that you mentioned that the total number of students that would be added to both the Woodbridge schools and the Amity schools from this project would be 7 students. How did you come to that figure?
No, that's a great question, and that is... Justin, would you repeat the question, please, for everyone's benefit? No, absolutely. So the question was, in the report that I wrote, there is a section that breaks down the projected number of new enrollments to the school district based on a development like this. So what we do with that is we use this set format that we use throughout the state, and this is it's actually from Rutgers University. It's the demographic multipliers for how many students are anticipated to be enrolled based on the size of the units. And once you take that calculation based on the multipliers, what you see is that studios and 1-bedrooms yield very few students at all. What you might see is you have some students that...
I'm sorry, folks. We do need you to actually be quiet and respectful in the audience. Thank you very much.
And so what this is, it's the most scientific method we have to determine how many students are going to be enrolled. Again, studio and 1-bedrooms, if you look throughout the state, you have very, very few students, if any. You end up seeing some children, toddlers and whatnot, but once you move into a 2-bedroom, you start seeing more. 3-bedroom goes way up. So based on those numbers and the demographic multipliers, you end up with an average of about 7 students. We anticipate that there will be...
I'm serious, folks. I don't want to have to keep asking for you to be quiet during the presentations. Thank you.
And basically, this is the number that you'll see that we use throughout the state. This is not made up for Woodbridge. It's the standard numbers that we use.
I could actually take a pause and a recess, and I don't think folks want us to be waiting here any longer to get to your public comment, but I will do that. So please, thank you.
The one caveat that I'll give with that is we expect 7 new to district enrollments. While we expect that there might be new students overall, it's not going to result in new enrollments total. there might be about 9 to 10 students based on the projections that we used. And granted, these are projections. You know, I'm not sitting here guaranteeing you that this is what's going to happen, but based on our calculations, that's what we used.
Other questions? Other questions from commission members for our consultant?
Thank you. For Justin.
For Justin, yes.
So regarding the formula that you're using to project enrollment, is that a generic formula that's agnostic to urban, suburban, rural situations?
Yeah, it's a good question. So again, it's the demographic multiplier from Rutgers University. So what we've done with this is over the years, we've sort of looked at it and we've determined that the Rutgers number is pretty conservative. We anticipate that that'll be right, but based on these numbers, we're actually being extra conservative. If you look at the table in the report, you'll see that there are some calculations we do to actually increase it slightly to make sure that we're capturing it. If we just use the standard Rutgers number, the projection would actually be about 4 or 5. So we're going a little more conservative, assuming that there's going to be some added students based on Woodbridge being a popular town and things like that.
Is that the only? It's amazing because I know. Like this gremlins. I didn't touch the microphone. I had that for knife on. So is Rutgers University the only one that provides this data, or there are alternative sources? Because it just, at least from my seat, it seems like 96 units and 4 kids, which is what the original conclusion was, seems preposterously low.
Yeah. So it's the gold standard of demographic multipliers for this. And it's basically what we have in terms of, how we do this. And I have a colleague that actually, a former colleague of mine, that updated numbers to try to see if the Rutgers numbers were different based on state of Connecticut. And what she determined was they're pretty much right in line. And I could actually provide you with some of our work in the past that we've done these estimates for, and they've been pretty much right on the money.
And I did it again.
Is that my tower again?
Did we not take the bill? So, no, that's all. Thank you. And I was going to ask you, are there other towns in Connecticut similar to Woodbridge who went through something like this that provided data on enrollment?
Yeah, so South Windsor is actually one of the ones that we use as a method for how we came up with these calculations, because just like Woodbridge, South Windsor has an increasing student population right now. Most of the state has a decreasing student population. Woodbridge is increasing and South Windsor is increasing. So you'll see based on this that we use South Windsor as sort of a comparative to say their school population is increasing, and that's why we're using these figures.
Justin, are you aware of any examples within Connecticut or the surrounding states, case studies maybe of instances in which the Rutgers model was quite off?
I'd have to look into that. I'm not familiar with it because, again, it's usually pretty accurate from what we've seen.
If you can find, interesting outliers, I'd be interested to see them.
Yeah, I can certainly look into that, sure.
Any further questions for Justin from commission members? All right, now for the interveners. You can choose whichever order you'd like to go in, from either the Woodbridge Land Trust or Woodbridge Park Association. So you're free to come forward and make a presentation, whichever one wants to go first.
Good evening, thank you.
You're going to have to speak much louder.
My name is Brian Hines, 50 Hickory Road. I'm the president of the Woodbridge Land Trust. We have 3 environmental engineers who will be speaking. I think I don't want to waste your time. Stephen Trinkus, George Logan, and Sigrun Nicodemus. Let's just start with that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm used to carrying rooms. I'm sure everybody will hear me. My name is Stephen Trinkus. I'm a licensed professional engineer with an office in Southbury, Connecticut. I've been licensed since 1988, doing land development work. I also have expertise in low-impact development, which was a focus on stormwater quality and runoff volumes. So I've done a peer review of the applicant's plans. One of the first things I'd like to suggest your town engineering consultant really take a look at is section 5.7 of your zoning regulations deals with stormwater management. And the applicant's plan really is not in compliance with virtually almost the entire section. So those are your zoning regs which applicants, whether it's this project, a subdivision, or a commercial site plan, must follow, and they're missing a tremendous amount of data. In looking at the plans, we heard the applicant talk about the turning movement of the fire truck. Well, if you look at the site plan that shows the turning movement, it shows it coming up the driveway, making the turn to the front of the building, but it does not show it coming back around to making the sharp left-hand turn coming back out. Turning movements need to show the complete turning movement in and back out onto the road. The applicant's plan does not show that. There's missing pieces, and I'm not so sure that you can make the left-hand turn that's sitting in there. I went through the site plan just so my comments are basically, by sheets. So on sheet 2, there's no top and bottom of the ledge cut, and it's substantial. It's not a small, cut. So it should give, top and bottom elevation should be provided, so the commission gets a scale of how much rock is coming out of here. That leads to the next question. We have no idea how much rock or earth is being cut and filled on this site. There's obviously a lot of cut by the building, but downhill of the gallery system, there's also a substantial amount of fill, neither of which we have any idea on. The under-building parking, that stormwater cannot go to a conventional drainage system. It has been the DEP policy since the late 1980s that you have to have drainage under the building. It has to go through a hydrodynamic separator and then connect to your municipality sanitary sewer system. It cannot be connected to conventional drainage on the site. There's a lot of, nitpicky comments in a way that many of the contour lines are not labeled, so it's hard to tell, the difference in, cutting and filling because you can't see an elevation. It looks like the driveway will have curbing on the islands and that, but yet some of the contours cross right over the islands. And AutoCAD's a wonderful tool, but the grading routines don't sometimes always work. If you have a curve, the contour line, jumps up and over it. It doesn't go straight through it, as far as that goes. There are slopes in the in the northeast corner of the site. In some cases are much steeper than 2 to 1. Now, if it's rock, you can have a steeper slope, but if it's earth, 2 to 1 is generally the maximum without some type of other stabilizations, such as riprap. As the applicant pointed out, there's a substantial amount of grading within the state right-of-way along the road. The question is, has the applicant even had a preliminary discussion with Connecticut DOT, both on the sightline issues and the grading within the plan? DOT will entertain preliminary, comments on project. I've done a couple of them in Bethel. We have this modular wall along the driveway, and it varies between 1 foot to 15 foot. The detail on the plan is about a 10-foot wall. There's a difference when you go up to 15 foot in the structural design of the wall. If it's a wall that has a geogrid behind it, such as these modular block walls, that geogrid is going to interfere with the gallery system as proposed. As the applicant pointed out, it's a large underground gallery system. Now, the 24 DEP manual, which also in the stormwater report, they reference the 04 version of it, so that reference needs to be changed. It does not, it allows you to use what is known as the Rawls rates. It's RAWL. These are national average infiltration rates from 1982, 40 plus years ago. You can use a Rawls rate to assess the general state of a site for infiltration. You cannot use them for design. So the use of 0.52 inches per hour, whether it's right or it's not right, you simply can't use it. The DEP manual also requires you, if you're designing a practice, to do soil testing. We don't leave soil testing for later on. And the reason we don't is if you look at this gallery system, the southeast corner, the bottom is sitting on grade, and you're filling downhill of it. When you go to the southwest corner, you're 15 feet below grade. Northwest, 14. Northeast, 11 feet below grade. We have no idea what the soils are. And based on the amount of rock and the outcrops that we've heard about, this very well may be in bedrock, which is also not permitted under the manual. You have to have a 3-foot separation between the bottom of your practice and ledge. And even if you overblast and put sand or anything else in there, the bottom line is you're not gonna be able to infiltrate because the rock may not infiltrate at all. And that's an issue. So testing must be done now. You have to have the deep holes. The deep holes also must be at least 3 feet below the bottom of the system. So if we have a system that's 15 foot below grade, that's basically an 18-foot deep test hole. And I quite honestly doubt you're going to get 18 feet down with an excavator on this site. In addition, if you're claiming infiltration, you have to do double ring or borehole infiltration tests that are at or below the bottom of the system, not up at the ground surface. That's meaningless. Percolation tests also cannot be used. The manual is specific that they are not permitted as far as that goes. It has also not been demonstrated that the DEP goals for reductions of total suspended solids, nitrogen, and phosphorus will be met. On the drainage plan, the manhole, or I think catch basin that's on the driveway before the gallery and the separator, there's a bunch of invert elevations shown. I have no idea which pipes go where. They're not labeled. And whether this separator is truly offline depends on the detail of that structure, and based on looking at it, I don't believe it's an offline system. But more information needs to be provided. Additionally, when the driveway comes up from Fountain Road to where the parking is, that whole section of driveway is running down and then going discharged into the level spreader. It is not being treated or detained. So that whole driveway is not being detained as the applicant seemed to represent that all the impervious cover was. Using the length and distance on some, and the length and type of pipe, I found some of the inverts between the drain structures, quite honestly, weren't the same. You know, if you have a pipe in the slope, you know, you can figure out the difference in elevation, and if you take from a higher one to a lower one, it should match, and in many cases, it did not. From a water quality standpoint, this site is conventional structural drainage. This, you know, catch basins, if it's a 2-foot sump with a hooded outlet, will remove only 5% of total suspended solids. If it's a 48-inch sump, they'll remove 9%. That's not very good. Also, phosphorus might be 6%, but nitrogen is 0. Separators, again, they may remove coarse sediments and trash, but they do nothing for nutrients because most nutrients will stay right in solution. So the DEP criteria, and again, it is a guidance document, but the whole purpose of both the 04 and the 24 version is to get design engineers like myself and the applicant to address water quality. And if you're going to design a practice, you have to follow the specific criteria within the manual. This noted that there's no directly connected impervious cover on the site. That's quite honestly, in my opinion, a really laughable comment. This site is directly connected impervious cover. The entire site is. Now, the definition of effective impervious cover is a portion of that cover that is directed to, say, a grass swale, a bioretention system, that it does not drain to a conventional system. So, under your MS4 permit, the proposed impervious area here is completely directly connected and therefore increases the overall impervious cover on the site. The use of a hay bale behind a silt fence is not a redundant barrier. If the silt fence gets overtopped, which is the upper barrier, it's basically going to fold over the top of the hay bale and the water is going to run right over it. Those are not redundant barriers. In addition, there's a lot of missing information for the sediment basin that's proposed here. We have no contours, so there's no way to verify the volumes claimed by the applicant. Many places there's erosion control measures that are perpendicular to contours. That's incorrect. Erosion control measures must be parallel to the contours because the water runs perpendicular to the contours. If you run a silt fence perpendicular to the contours, water will run down the face of it and cause erosion of the material right adjacent to it. We heard that there's going to be a drain at the base of the retaining wall. Well, there also needs to be a drain at the top of the hill to intercept groundwater above the cut slope. Ledge rock will likely bleed water during the year. You can look at the rock cuts on the Merritt or on 95, especially during the winter when we have the vertical glaciers basically coming out of it. We have no phasing plan for the site. This site is going to require a tremendous amount of earthwork. We're not going to go in here and build this at one time. The construction narrative is very generic and is not specific to a site that's going to require the amount of earthwork here. And one of the other provisions is how much material are we taking off the site? How many truck trips are going to come off this site? There's a lot of rock coming out of here. And those trucks are going to have to turn onto, Fountain. And as we heard with the traffic engineer, and I think some of the commissioner's comments, if you're trying to make a left and the car's coming up, you need, they said, I think 6 to 8 seconds. My experience has been 7 to 10 seconds in development. But if you're a loaded triaxle dump truck that weighs 75,000 pounds, it's going to take a lot longer for you to make that turn. And somebody coming up the hill at 40, 45 miles an hour is going to be there a lot faster than you're going to be out in the travel lane at all. The detail of this Duralock level spreader is really not a level spreader. They may use it as such, but a level spreader is a stone-filled trench with a concrete curb basically on the downhill side and the two ends, so that when water fills up the stone, the water bleeds over the top of the concrete over a long linear length. And in a case like this, it probably should be at least 100 feet. The formulas for sizing level spreaders, I think, are unrealistic. They're not really based on reality. But a 100-foot level spreader would maintain overland flow, which is the condition you want. The proposal, as submitted, it bleeds out of this slot in the pipe, and you have crushed stone downhill. Water will always find the path of least resistance. And if it finds one spot that the stone void space is more open than anywhere else, that's where all the water will always run, because it follows the grade line. And that's what will happen. And now you have a concentrated flow out of the spreader and not uniform flow. The cross-section of the rock cut shows benches. The grading plan does not show benches. They show just a pure, almost vertical, probably 1 to 6 or 1 to 5 slope. If you're going to do benches, your grading on the plan must reflect the benches also. They have to be consistent. So again, I note that the references in the stormwater report are to the older documents, both the erosion guidelines and the stormwater quality manual. The applicant used the NOAA 14 data, which is out of Cornell, for Milford. You need to use the NOAA Cornell data for Woodbridge. Now, the website for NOAA 14, you can put in your specific address, and it will give you from the 1 year up to, I think, 1,000-year storms for many different time periods where we use a 24-hour event as far as that goes. It's also stated in the report that the water is going to be discharged to Fountain Road, but as we heard the applicant earlier, it's going to the level spreader. You got to be consistent. Either it's going to the road or it's not going to the road. In one of their table 4 in their stormwater report they use, they have time of concentrations that are less than 6 minutes. The minimum, what we call TC, for time, which is the short version of time of concentration, is 6 minutes for TR55. That's the minimum. If you have a calculated value less than 3 minutes, you raise it up to 6 minutes. That's the minimum under the model, and that's what it was back when TR55 came out in the mid-80s or so, when I was doing this. Again, it stated that they had an infiltration rate of 6 inches per hour. I couldn't find any infiltration testing on the plan or the report, and it's unlikely that there was a test done. There's a conflict between the impervious cover. One place in the report says 1.79 acres, another 1.62. Not that a tenth and a half is a big deal, but again, it should be consistent. It stated that the volume of 26,271 cubic feet is being provided in the gallery, which exceeds the water quality volume. In the current DEP manual, they have made a statement that if you provide the water quality volume, it's assumed that you'll achieve a pollutant load reduction. I will tell you, I just came back from a conference called the Environmental Water Resources Congress, put on by American Society of Civil Engineers, and I asked several academic stormwater professors about that, that statement. And they all looked at me and said, no, it doesn't work that way. And I agree, it does not work that way. But the water quality volume has to be held below the lowest pipe out of your system. While the whole gallery system may have 27,000 cubic feet of storage, if the outlet pipe is at the bottom, then you do not have the water quality volume. Again, the lack of testing, there's no confidence that this system would function any way that the applicant thinks it will. We also have no pollutant loading analysis, which can be done using what's called Schuler's equation and published removal data to show this commission mathematically that you will achieve these pollutant load reductions. So in my professional opinion, the plan is woefully inadequate from a stormwater management perspective and will result in two things. Increased runoff volumes being discharged ultimately to the ditch or the wetland area within the Wilbur Cross right-of-way. And also you'll have increased pollutant loads going into the wetlands. The pollutant loads build up over time. It's not an impact tomorrow if they were to build this project. But over time, it's a buildup, and by the time you see problems, they're very hard to fix. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you. I know it's a very difficult thing looking, and obviously there are deficiencies in the reports that you have. We just feel that there's obviously reasonably likely that to cause harm to the interest not only of the land trust by polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in air, water, or other natural resources of the state as defined by the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act of 1971. I think that what we're going to do is we're going to show you that. So the next, thank you.
This is George Logan, the Ecological Services. What I'm going to do first is distribute our reports. I'm here with my colleague, Sidney Dodd, also.
Can you please make sure that Chris gets this review?
So good evening, everyone. My name again is...
You'll need to speak right in the microphone and very loudly.
My name is George Logan. They tell me that I'm soft-spoken, so I'll try to be a little louder. Just by way of background, I hold a master's degree in natural resources science from my alma mater, University of Rhode Island. I also have several certifications as a wildlife biologist, as a senior ecologist to Ecological Society of America. I'm also a soil scientist and a professional weapons scientist. I've been working in the field about the same time that Mr. Trinkos has been working in the field, since 1988. So what I'm going to do is quickly go. I'm not going to go through point by point my report. I think I'll just let you folks peruse it and digest it. Sidney Dodd, who's coming right after me, will probably highlight a few things that I won't, because her expertise is more in flora, mine is more in wildlife. The report, as you see, provides you some figures, some aerial photographs to kind of give you a little bit of the sort of the landscape context, a little bit of the past land use, so you can understand. We have, for instance, aerial photographs of 1965, 1951, 1934, more recent ones. And so you can call this a review that I have here preliminary, because we're going to still probably see some changes to the plans based on some of the things that Mr. Trinko said and comments that have been made here. As you recall, this is the second time that this application has come before. The first one we did look, or the previous plans. At that time, one of the things that we noticed, and I think it was noticed also by the applicant, was that they had not defined whether there were any wetlands associated with the site from nearby. And so, as you can see from this application, we do have from Mr. Kenny, who's a colleague of mine, we have the wetland delineation report and wetlands assessment of sorts, and that was provided. All these wetlands that they were delineated, for the most part, are off-site. There's a little corner where there's some that are on-site, but for the most part, they're off-site. And so what has been defined as the 100-foot upland review area. And because of that, what the applicant has done is shifted the building more into the hillside, made some changes in order for them to be outside of the 100-foot upland review area. Now, honestly, the wetlands are in the haven, so they're really not a Woodbridge issue. But certainly, as you heard, and as you will hear from me, nature and water quality don't necessarily stop at the municipal boundary, but they keep going on. One of the things that you also have heard briefly tonight is that the stormwater, as it leaves the level spreader or goes through Fountain Road, that small portion, ends up in some wetlands on the other side of the highway, because you have the overpass, and into some wetlands and a water course, which was in the Yale Nature Preserve. So that's important. So we certainly don't want those wetlands, whether they're on the side of the highway or whether the other side of the highway, to be impacted. In my view, this application is incomplete. The reason for that is because your regulations specifically say that one of the items that have to be checked off is for the applicant to define what your natural features are on the site. And as it turns out, there's some unique natural features on the site, and I'll sit here and we'll talk about those a little more, both from a geology perspective, a flora perspective. We even have what we would call a critical habitat defined by the Connecticut DEP on the site. And that's related to the geology, the very unique geology of the site and the landscape itself. So what should have happened, apart from the fact that they did define where the wetlands are and there's an inventory of sorts for that, that's good. There's not much understanding of what's across the street where all this water is going to end up in. But they should have done a natural resources inventory of the site. Going on, I figured what's there to see if there are any unique resources that need to be paid attention to in the design of this application. Another thing that we will see, and Sigrid will talk about it, is about, say, 2/3 of the site are fairly undisturbed. There, as you looked at the aerial photographs, you'll see that the 1/3, maybe a little less, of the site was as part of an agricultural activity that was pretty intense. So if you go in that portion of the site, you'll see a lot of invasive species. Whereas in the balance of the site, there's almost complete lack of invasive species, which is kind of unusual, especially being close to the highway. And the reason for that is because there has not been much activity whatsoever in those areas that are sort of a mature woods. Water quality impacts are something that I want to talk a little bit more about, and as Mr. Trinko said, in his view, and in my professional opinion also as an environmental scientist, this stormwater management system doesn't come anywhere close to meet the standards in order for it to be said, okay, we're not going to have a water quality impact to degrading natural resources, which is a water course and wetlands. One of the things that you probably have heard from other people in the past is when you have mechanical systems, and these are more mechanical systems, the catch basins with the snow, the hydrodynamic separator, the galleys, all these are mechanical, meaning that the pollution that's generated by the site is more into TSS. That will have a better chance of being removed, but not to the high degree that it should be. But the things that are soluble, such as nutrients, and interestingly enough, based on research, there's a fraction of heavy metals that are soluble. A lot of it depends on the pH, but there's a good fraction of these heavy metals that are very toxic to the environment that are soluble. And those cannot be taken out by mechanical means. You need a good amount of filtration, and you need biology basically to take care of those things. You need organics to sequester them, for instance. You need denitrification. And so very often we like to see other practices that have vegetation in soils and microbiology in order to take some of those solubles out. And that is not the case here. So my fear is that we will have an impact and a degradation of water quality. And as you know, in Connecticut, we have an anti-degradation clause to water quality. We can't degrade water quality, and that's the big reason for the 2024 Stormwater Quality Manual and the one before. And the fact that it's now much more concentrating on infiltrating. The standards have gone up to 90% total suspended solids, than before it was 80. The water quality volume is now generated from now 1 inch by 1.3 inches, because obviously we're getting more water, more rainstorms. So all these things have to be looked at. The other thing that you want to know is the generation of pollutants is different from site to site. From a residential plan is a little different for single-family houses than from what you see here. And based on the trips that I'm hearing, 411, and the parking spaces that are going to be here, this is what you would call a hotspot, which means that the generation of pollutants is somewhat higher than other uses, because you're concentrating a lot of vehicular movements. And these axle miles, that we call them, the movements of the vehicular traffic, is what actually generates the volume of pollutants. And talking about volume, here's another thing that maybe Mr. Trinkhaus would also elucidate a little bit if you ask him. We heard some numbers that were looking at the 1, the 2, the 5, the 10, 25, 50, 100-year storm, and they were having reductions. Those are reductions in peak rates of runoff. They're not reductions necessarily in volume. There's going to be more volume. So we're reducing it because we're throttling it down. We're throttling our runoff so that it doesn't move at a faster rate during proposed conditions than existing conditions. But the volumes could potentially be higher, especially if you're not properly infiltrating. Or as Mr. Trinkhaus says, if you're not holding the water quality volume below your lowest orifice, the lowest elevation, your invert. What I'd like to do now, so this is sort of running through some of our concerns. I did mention we have unique geology here, we have unique biology, natural features that are really, really unique. And so I'll let Sigmund talk a little bit about why that is the case. Thank you. I'll be here for answering any questions you may have.
Sigrid Nicodemus Gavla, for the record.
You bring the microphone closer to you. Lower. There you go. Speak as close as you can.
My CD is actually not in the record yet. I'll bring it at the continuation. But I've got a master's in ecology, plant ecology mostly, from UConn Stores. I got my BA in biology from Brown University. And I've been doing research and consulting since 1988. I'm a professional wetland scientist, a soil scientist, and an ecologist botanist. And I picked up a fair amount of geology in the course of the soil science courses. Your zoning regulations call out in section 495.23 under environmental conditions, special natural features and also air pollution as appropriate criteria for your consideration. And it just so happens that the geology of the series of bedrock outcrops at the top of the hill, just along the western property boundary, and they're partly on the land trust property and partly on the applicant's property. They're going from west to east with a series of outcrops. These rocks are not the typical granite or nice crystalline, hard, rounded, and they're also not trap rock or limestone. They are ancient, called metavolcanic rocks that originated in the ocean floor. They were formed under very, very high temperatures, under subduction conditions, which means when the old crust was sinking below and the newly forming volcanic crust was forming the fresh rock on the ocean floor. And then they upwelled again, far distant from the Atlantic Ocean, middle of the Atlantic Ocean where they originated, and were crushed and metamorphosed with high pressures, and they've become, along both the basalt, the original basalt, the volcanic lava that was the original base material with all of its minerals, and also sedimentary rocks and clays and shales that were associated with the original ocean sediments and metamorphosed too. And what you have is, it's called the multi, let me get the proper name here. The Multi-Lakes Metavolcanic Complex, which includes greenstone, green shale, argillic schists, and these are phyllites. These are very interesting, and they differ depending on whether it was slate or shale or stratified deposits of volcanic ash, and there actually is a higher likelihood of finding gold or other valuable minerals in parts of the world where these uplifts, these uplift metavolcanic former oceanic crust deposits are. And so the geologic unit underlying this site is OMAL, that's the Multi-Lake Foundation, and it has value for research, for education, for earth science classes could come to it. It really should be preserved and an adjunct to the Yale Forest. And it weathers more quickly and softer than granite and massive gneiss. And so it has more lichens and moss and lush moss cover and some different plants. And then you see on your run-of-the-mill hill outcrop or mountain outcrop. and some of those are shown in the photos below. But actually, all open hilltop summits and open bedrock outcrops have a characteristic suite of plants on them, and mosses and lichens, that are unique. They're different from the forest understory. And the CTD and the aerial extent is so much lower of this kind of open outcrop that they're much less common than other typical forest understory plants. And these are among the habitats, which also include bogs, sand barrens, certain brackish salt marshes that are designated as CTD critical habitats. And I've got the link there so where you can read about on CT Eco. You can read online a little essay, a 5 or 10 page essay on these critical habitats and their significance. And there's also deep mapping of the larger units that are mappable. Many of them are smaller. This one probably isn't quite large enough to be mapped, to have been mapped or be mapped. There's a higher likelihood of rare species, both plants and insects, and uncommon. Of course, there are many more uncommon species too, uncommon plant species. So my report goes into this in more detail. There's another significant factor, which is that the soil that forms, both over typical sedimentary rocks, trap rock, basalt, and this rock, this maltby rock, is finer texture and less sandy. It's much more erosible, and it settles out very slowly in sediment basins. It passes through the openings in the pores in stretched silt fence in a heavy rain event. It just goes right through hay bales. If you look in the old soils, each county of Connecticut has its own soil book there, and also it's online now. Different soil series are rated for erosibility. And clearly the people that did the mapping for the soils maps thought these were just run-of-the-mill bedrock outcrops, and the mapping units are charting Chatfield soils, which are fairly coarse-textured loamy soils, coarse loamy. These are more like the Wilbrahams and Weathersfields that you find in the Central Valley, over sandstone and trap rock, which are so much more problematic from an erosion standpoint. The fine sediment just goes miles and miles down the streams and rivers and doesn't settle out. And carries lots of phosphorus, especially, and other nutrients, and it has a lot of surface area, all these fine particles, lots of fine particles that metals and hydrocarbon toxicants absorb too. So it's really not a good idea. And with a hotspot type of project like this, with a lot of traffic and a lot of partly combusted hydrocarbons that settle into the parking lots and wash into the stormwater, all those toxins are going to attach to the fine soil particles and be problematic. Especially now, during the construction period, I too am worried that there is nowhere near enough attention paid to the phasing.
Please go closer to the microphone.
To the phasing of the rock excavation and the phasing of the construction and the details of the sequencing of the erosion control. Because before the excavation takes place, after grubbing and as the earthwork begins, all of this fine texture soil will be exposed, and later on, as explained in the notes in the erosion control plan, The runoff basically washes into the depression, which is under the future building and parking lot, and that reduces the opportunity for sediment bearing runoff to leave the site. But in the initial stages, that won't be the case. And this is a large area. The wall averages about 60 feet tall, the rear wall cliff that they're going to build, and I think it's 300 feet long. But this is a very, very, very large building, and it's a large area of forest that will have to be removed. Now, that brings me to two categories of impacts, which are at the back of our report, that relate to the amazing capacity of forest foliage to trap air pollutants. The forests of Connecticut have a major public health benefit, and there have been the GC3 climate working groups that did a lot of research on various matters related to climate change, included a forest subgroup that researched the role of forests and in mitigating climate issues, and found that studies have shown that huge quantities of airborne particulates and and soluble pollutants too, moving into the pores, are taken up by tree foliage and also intercepted by twigs and bark, especially when it's wet, and by the humus, and trapped by the humus in forest soils. So the couple acres of 3 acres or so of mature forest that is going to be lost, and it includes some very large trees. You see in the picture there are over a dozen trees that are over 2.5 feet in diameter. The loss of that will reduce air pollution filtration, which will also significantly degrade the lichen and moss communities in the critical habitat along the ridge crest, because mosses and lichens are much more sensitive than vascular plants to air pollutants, and if you don't see them on the more urban East Rock, West Rock, close to a lot of pollution sources. And not only the air pollution, but also yes, thank you. Now, one wonders, why are there so many invasives on this ridge crest when there's incredibly prolific invasives, including lots and lots of wisteria? I've never seen wisteria that prolific in the northern patch that used to be farmland. And the reason is that there are a couple hundred feet, there's a steep wooded hillside with very tall trees that is trapping airborne seeds of invasive species so that they don't reach the ridge crest. And also, the noise of the highway below, Route 15, means that there's not terribly many birds putting their droppings with invasive fruits on that ridge top either. So at this point, it's both the ridge top and the hillside are in excellent condition. Though we're close to Fountain Road, where the invasives are closest to the ridgetop, there's only about a 15 or 20 foot distance between the fronted invasives and the ridge crest. So we think that there's a special resource here that was a surprise. This Maltby Lakes metavolcanic ridge crest, and there's also a an important function served by the mature forest, which is in the footprint of the proposed building and the parking area. So, thank you.
George Logan again for the record. Just a conclusion, what I'll do is read the conclusion from our report, but I thought it would be good to put it on the record. Based on our preliminary analysis, as proposed, there's a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution and destruction of natural resources and unique natural features, both on-site and off-site. Based on review of the intervener's professional engineer's report, but also based on our review of all the pertinent materials, it is also professional opinion that minimally treated stormwater will pollute and degrade receiving wetlands and water courses downgraded of the subject site. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to also point out that we don't live in an isolated area, and we have to consider regionally, looking at the scale, how it affects the total community. The New Haven County, the watersheds, as well as what you're talking about is the property serves as a buffer with and the invasives will spread. These are some of the issues that they're talking about. And that bedrock that she's talking about is Precambrian, which means it's some of the oldest rock on Earth, dating back 350,000 years.
So, thank you. Precambrian is probably 3.5 billion years, but that's 350,000. But it's more likely a billion than not hundreds of thousands of years.
And
But,
Billy, save the rock.
so that was a presentation by the Woodbridge Land Trust. Does the Woodbridge Park Association have a presentation? And I do note, I know folks we're getting late in the hour. There's been a request for someone to use the bathroom up here as well. I want to keep us moving, but everyone should recognize we are going to continue this public hearing. There'll be an opportunity. I really appreciate folks that are sticking through to the end. This is all, as you can see, being recorded as well. You will have the opportunity, if you can't keep waiting tonight for public comment, we will welcome your public comment when we have the continuation of this hearing as well. So thank you for those who've stayed through, but you should tell your neighbors and others who may have left that they will still have the opportunity to have public comment at the continuation of this public hearing. I'm sorry for taking some of your time.
Oh, no problem. Kathy Wick, I'm the president of the Woodbridge Park Association, and we join in the intervener petition with the Land Trust. It's a separate petition, but we don't have our own separate experts. We just support the experts who have spoken. One thing I would like to emphasize on behalf of the Park Association is a concern for the wetlands. And given, if you look at the site plan, you see the upland area, the line, and the wall. There's not an inch to spare there. And so I think that it would be incumbent upon you folks to have independent verification of the delineation of the wetlands to ensure that the testing that the applicant's wetland scientists have done is accurate.
So we do have the opportunity as a commission to ask questions of the interveners. We also, the applicants, has, I believe, if they are interested, the ability to ask questions of the others as well. I know that's a lot of questions that will potentially be going around.
Continuing.
For my part, we'll just address everything in the written format. I don't think we're having a question, so we can continue on.
Thank you to the applicant. Do commission members have questions of the interveners and their presentations? Well, I do. Just briefly, perhaps this is a request for the interveners or your consultants, and apologies, Mr., or I'm sorry, Dr. On the question of invasive species, if either of you want to come up and talk, I would just love to know where this zone that your say lacks invasive species, how does that map to where the development is going? Because I know the development is not across the entire property, but I don't know if, I didn't see in your submission that there was a map that overlay where the development is versus this zone that has what you're saying is a reduced amount of invasive species.
That's my fault. I probably should have put a line on one of the figures to show that. So maybe I can produce that for the next time so we don't spend time trying to figure out.
Generally speaking, do they overlap where the development is going?
Yes. So the entire portion of the invasive species area that Sarah talked about is within the development envelope, pretty much. But also a portion of the development, maybe something in the order of half of the proposed development, is going in the non-affected area, which doesn't have a proliferation or actually almost absent of invasive species. So I probably can do something for you for the next time or before that to put a line using their mapping and the other photographs that match the two, so you have an idea of how much is in one area and how much is in the other. Would that make sense?
That would be helpful, thank you. On the questions of critical habitats, I know you put a link in a footnote in your report. Just to be clear, this particular site has not been designated a critical habitat by the Connecticut DPAC.
No, it has not. And there, throughout Connecticut, we find little enclaves of this critical habitat based on the characteristics that you'll see in that Connecticut Eco 5-pager. Because as Sigmund said, they're too small or they have not been located. So there has not been, what DEP has done over the years is gone over big stuff. But this particular area is a little smaller than they would probably map. But what's interesting about it, and I wish that Sigmund had said this, so I will, this particular bedrock is very unique. It's very little bit in Connecticut. And we could give you some of the percentage of that next time around. There's very few spots in Connecticut where this particular bedrock exists.
Thank you. Other questions from the commission members to the interveners? Any questions from the interveners to the applicant at this point?
One quick question, sir, Mr. Logan. What is the significance of preserving bedrock that is sort of rare in our state?
If I was just a geologist, I'd say, why not? It's a unique formation that's unique in Connecticut, and it's certainly unique in Woodbridge. But a critical habitat is sort of a synthesis of different factors that come. So you can have bedrock, you can have the aspect of the fact that it's more open and it's bedrock dominated. Doesn't depend on what kind of bedrock it is. This is kind of unique. So it's the flora, because of the mineralogy, the pH of this particular formation, that attracts unique species. Now, we haven't done a full inventory. We would have to spend some time. We just wanted to get a flavor of what's there. We looked at our mapping that was provided by the Connecticut DEP. We were like, oh, this is interesting, this is unique. And so we went out there and took a look. But again, one would have to do a good inventory to see. But it's the mineralogy of the bedrock that attracts the unique species.
Thank you. Any additional questions from commission members? You'd have to come to the microphone. Come on.
Oh. So my question is for the traffic guy. So you said that the sight line would require to have some blasting or some rock removed in order to have an adequate sight line. So does that mean that your plans are deficient in that aspect?
I'm not sure that's a traffic question.
we work with DOT so that we can identify the location of where the rock has to be removed. There was a request, I think, by the traffic peer reviewer to provide a plan of the rock that has to be removed, but this is a fairly everyday occurrence. The plans are not deficient. We're happy to provide that. Two other things. Mr. Logan, I think, is going to be presenting a plan that depicts, I think, the invasive species with our development overlaid on top of it. So to keep things moving, can we have a timeline for that? And my guess is that it's not terribly long, correct?
It depends on what the next meeting is.
It's in a month. No, but George, my point is, and I know George, my point is that I don't want to get it 3 days before the next meeting, and then we have to respond. I think we all just want to keep this moving.
Within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, and then I do have one question. You talked about the rock. Have you been onto the site? Okay, and can you identify when you were there?
The 21st was for me.
I think we need to have a microphone, sorry.
May 21st and May 23rd.
Can you, by the way, can you email me your report?
Absolutely.
It's in the district.
I will have to email that.
I did have one question for the traffic engineer, if I might.
Sure.
You said that you did your study of the traffic in the month of November. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so November has 30 days. It's a shorter month. It also has 2 federal holidays, which are weekdays, Thanksgiving and Veterans Day, and then the day after Thanksgiving is typically a low traffic day. So that means 3 of the weekdays were holidays, and it's a short month. So it may be that the numbers, choosing November as the month that you chose, you might get slightly lower numbers. So I'd ask you to address that. In addition, I'm quite surprised. There are 155 parking spaces, and actually the initial design, I believe, had 178 parking spaces. To think that there are only 30-some cars coming out in the morning rush seems, just defies logic to me. I don't understand that. I'd like further explanation of that. Not right now, but perhaps in your resubmit.
So if you want to address this very quickly, I promise you, there isn't an opponent I've ever run across that, if you said I did the accounts in January, there's something wrong with January. If it's July, the schools are out. If it's December, it's a holiday. I'll let you do
Typically, the fall, October, November, September, are considered average months, especially when school's in session in a community where you're commuting to and from work mostly. The counts were done on Wednesday, November the 6th, which, as far as I know, is not a holiday, is nothing special, it's just November 6th. In terms of the trip generation, I get this question every time I do a residential development. I will start by giving you an anecdotal statement of my household approximately 2017, 2018. There were 3 adults living in my house, myself, my wife, and my college-age son, who was working in food service for an adult community. I would leave for work at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm not a peak hour trip. My wife would leave for work at 8. She is 1 peak hour trip now. My son left for work at 11, 10:30 to get to work for 11, would get home at 7 when you worked a full day. My wife worked 8 hours, 9 hours, would get home at 6. So there's still only 1 peak hour trip in the morning. If I didn't work overtime and the traffic on the parkway wasn't crazy, I would get home 5:30. So there's 2 peak hour trips. It's a 4-bedroom house, 3 adults with only 2 peak hour trips. What happens is this is a residential development, people go to work in the morning, they come home at night. The peak hour is typically the heaviest 2 hours of the 7 to 9 period in the morning. It's the heaviest hour. So what you're looking at is just the trips for the 1 hour in the morning or the afternoon for when people are going to work or coming home. Number one. Number two, the studies are based on real world developments. This is not made up, this is a real study. People went out, they counted developments, professional engineers across the country tabulated the data, provided it to the ITE Trip Generation Committee, and the committee provided the data. And this is what we find for single-family homes. Slightly different numbers, but for single-family homes. Low-rise, mid-rise, high-rise apartments, townhouse condominiums, and they're all numbers that are significantly lower than the number of parking spaces during the peak hour, and during the full day, as a matter of fact. 411 trips for the day is what? 3, maybe 4 trips per space. It's not really works out that way, but that's what the numbers say. So that's how the numbers are calculated and generated, and that's the way every traffic engineer in the state does it.
Thank you. Anything further on the council, on the commission, sorry? All right. Do commission members need a 5-minute bathroom break? Yes. Okay, so it's 9:25, we'll reconvene at 9:30, and we will have our public comment portion. Thank you again to everyone in the audience for your patience and waiting. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I think we're going to come back into order. Thank you all for your patience tonight. Our next portion of our public hearing is going to be for the purpose of listening to your public comments. Before I do, I want to note for the record that we have received 11. Is there another one? Okay. We've received 11 written public comments for the 804 Fountain Street application. That I will read now into the record. They are from Mary Frederico, Marjorie Weiner, Lynn Drazen, Marguerite Dillaway, Peter B. Cooper, Marie Dubé, James Urbano, Brett Calistro, Lawrence C. Rothier, Elizabeth Wickfors, and...
No, you got them all, I'm sorry.
Oh, I got them all. Oh, so that was 10.
Yeah.
But again, folks, the public hearing is going to remain open after tonight, so we will be open to receiving additional written comments for anyone who wants to submit a written comment as well. So now the public hearing portion is for the purpose of listening to your comments. You'll each have up to 3 minutes for your brief statements into the record, and I'll use my phone. Just so you know, as is our common practice, our TPC members and the applicants will not be answering any questions you raise. Your public statements and any written comments that were submitted to the town will become part of the public record for our TPC consideration of this application. As a reminder to everyone, off-the-record communication with a member of the commission on the merits of this application is prohibited. I ask you to please keep your comments brief and focused on the proposed special exception permit applications and try to avoid unreasonable repetition so we hear all of the concerns that you and your neighbors may have. And I'll ask folks to line up along the center aisle. When you get to the microphone, please sign in your name on the sign-in sheet that is up there. And we will continue. You guys have waited a long time, so we will continue. I'm not going to cut off public comment tonight. But note that for, again, colleagues, friends, neighbors who may have had to leave earlier. We will have continued public hearing comment as well at our next section of this continued application. Apologies to our video person who I'm now maybe everyone might not run in front of your camera, so is that a problem? Are we okay? Okay. So once you sign in and state your name, I will then turn on our 3-minute timer. Thank you all very much.
Okay, I signed in. My name is Donnelly Anderson. I live at 11 Brookside Drive, which is within a mile of this proposed site, so I feel like I have an interest. I'm also an architect. I have a master's degree in community design, so I have some comments on the building. There's colonial architecture in town. There's a lot of mid-century architecture in town. I would categorize this as eyesore. Industrial-looking building, and we have a lawn. We're taking away nature and some good plantings to create a lawn. And when you come up Fountain, this will be the view that you see, and I don't want to look at it. The point that wasn't made about the trucks coming down and turning left when people are coming up Fountain, there's a bridge in the way. You are not going to see people at the end of this driveway. You're going to be accelerating to try to come up the hill, and it's going to be dangerous. I just want to say that I don't believe that we should be increasing the amount of asphalt in our town. We're going to have probably a black roof instead of a white roof. This is going to be a heat sink, and it's going to have more of an effect of the wildlife and the plantings in the area because of that extra heat. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity to express my concerns regarding the proposed housing development in our community.
Excuse me. Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Rachel Guerra, Johnson Road. This development raises significant issues that must be addressed and derails our efforts when it comes to conservation, smart and sustainable initiatives, open space, and transparent planning. On behalf of many families who cannot be here tonight due to busy schedules and other responsibilities, I feel compelled to advocate for those who are unable to attend. While I recognize the need for housing, it is crucial to consider the unique characteristics and needs of our town. We must avoid making decisions without proper consideration of the impact this development would have on our resources, finances, and the spirit and beauty of our community. Firstly, the infrastructure planning is inadequate. The proposal comes with a high price tag and a long list of consequences that we all will pay for. This development will increase safety issues, noise, increased traffic volume, and a location that is clearly not conducive for this type of development. The impact on the watershed is huge, despite what we've heard. Our conservation colleagues will elaborate on this, but it is essential to note the detrimental effects on our wildlife and our ecosystem. Our wooded areas serve as critical corridors for important species, and disrupting these natural paths could have severe consequences. A formal study is in order to help us understand fully the impact this will have. The proposed housing density also raises concerns about population and infrastructure strain. The developer's plan includes a studio, single-bedroom, two-bedroom apartments, and experience has shown that one-bedroom units often house more people than anticipated, leading to increased noise, traffic, public health, and safety issues. We really need to take a close look at all of this. Additionally, and it doesn't involve you folks, the tax benefits of this type of housing have never been clearly outlined by our current leadership. Residents of this complex are unlikely to contribute significantly to our local economy. They would have to buy a lot of coffee and ice cream to help us, and that is likely not going to happen. They're going to be at work to pay the rent, so supporting other communities and their businesses. The issue is better suited for the Board of Selectmen and First Selectman, I know, but there appears to be a disconnect between the groups working on these efforts regarding the priorities and the responsibilities to our taxpayers. There are countless other examples in neighboring towns where similar projects have not resulted in any tax benefit and have become a substantial burden at the expense of taxpayers, mainly due to the enormous resources that are needed to maintain a good quality of life, sorry, I did this again, to education and safety. Lastly, we should explore other options for supporting housing variety and affordability. Former First Selectwoman Amy Morella emphasized the importance of fitting affordable housing within the existing housing stock, and the state of Connecticut's plan of conservation and development supports balancing conservation with transit-oriented development. We should focus on making existing structures more affordable and ensuring new developments align with our conservation priorities. I'm almost done. While we understand the need for housing, dense developments in rural areas like this one pose a significant risk to our safety, the environment, our community's character, and will impact the working middle class through ginormous tax increases, my kids' words, to support more people. Please help us and consider these factors carefully and prioritize conservation and smart development and strong economic development that will then allow us to justify destroying any precious land in this town. Thank you guys for your time. Have a good night.
Good evening, Don Salato, 3 Knollwood Road. I was very interested in the very artful depiction of the rendering of the proposed entrance off of Fountain Street. A couple of things occurred to me. Number one, in almost 70 years of going up and down Fountain Street, I've never seen it so remarkably level as that depiction shows. But what I did see a school bus stopped and beginning its inexorable slide to disaster on black ice, picking up the 30 or 40 or 50 students coming from 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. It's just fatuous to tell us that the student population is going to be minimally, if affected at all. A couple of other things procedurally. It's been my experience on this commission that there's a town ordinance that provides rotating basis for alternates so that their appointed seatings are proportionate, and I don't believe that that's happened in this board for quite a while now. It seems there's been some preferential seating over and over again, which is disproportionate. A couple of other things. I was struck, I know what it's like to have to roll up your sleeves on any town board, and we appreciate it. But I was dismayed when when the first application was withdrawn and the present one was filed, and you folks asked the applicant to explain what are the changes, what are the differences between the old application, which was withdrawn, and the one that we're hearing now. In fact, that kind of struck me as you know, asking the fox how he proposes to design a better hen house for us. And getting back to scale, I know Attorney enough on a professional basis, and some even a fraternal basis. He's a fine and able lawyer, but he's got a job to do. He's an advocate for a developer here. A developer who frankly is not farsighted and not thoughtful. There are developers in this room who are farsighted and thoughtful and have husbanded the traditions and psychology of our town and made a profit. All I see here, frankly, is some profit taking. And I ask the question, I'm asking you to ask the question, cui bono? Who benefits here? That's certainly not the town. And interestingly,
Can you please wrap up?
Interestingly enough, I had a lot of time between thinking about rocks and looking at this basket. Now, this basket is eccentric right now, and it's probably only useful for Gulliver's Slam Dunk Contest. But it has utility and it can be restored. It's eccentric. It's not grotesque. And it's not out of place. What is being proposed here is an abomination. It is a blight on the landscape, a blot against the skyline, and a disaster for our town. About a week ago, I was in...
Please ask you to wrap up your 3 minutes.
I was in Hermosa Beach, California, and I was walking on a hillside, and I came across some lawn signs, and we're not alone. The lawn signs said, "Rise up before the towers do." Now, you folks have the wherewithal and the spirit, I believe, to apply 3 things.
So I'd ask you, this is the third
Common
time,
sense,
you need to please wrap
common
up.
sense, conviction, and courage, Chairman Clee. Do the right thing.
Thank you. I'm Dennis Santulli, 27 Ranch Road. My wife and I, we moved here in 2001, and we had triplets, so we decided to knock the house down in 2015. And we asked for a variance, just 15 inches, just to put the portico on my house. They said, well, you're not, it's not a hardship. You can put the stairs going down this way. And Terry Grover said, a very nice man, said, we can't have a 12-pitch roof on your house because it's just over code. So then we had to put a 9-pitch. So then we couldn't put a barn in the back, we couldn't put an addition off the north side, and we couldn't put a 3-car garage. And this building, somehow, gets 4 stories. Why were we not afforded the same privilege that they have? What did me and my daughters? We built a house. My girls are out of the amnesty system. My taxes are probably $21,000 a year. We put into the system. What fiduciary responsibility do you have to the taxpayers of this town? 96 units? All these people in a building? Are we going to need more police officers? I grossly disagreed with the young man over there stating about the amount of students that's going to be overburdening our school system. There's already bursting out the seams. When our kids started the schools, it was like 16, 17 kids per classroom. And now it's going up, and that has an inverse proportion to the education. The higher my wife's a school teacher, the more kids in the classroom, the education drops down. So please, think about the taxpayers. What are we benefiting from this? Can't fall for someone buying a piece of property. We bought a piece of property. We want to build a barn. We want to build a house. No, we could not do that. We were even told we couldn't even have a trailer in our house while the house was being built. Even though we own the house, you can't knock a house down if you pay the mortgage. How come we weren't afforded, and all of a sudden now they get 4 stories? You give them extra stuff? I don't understand it. Doesn't seem fair. And this town is suffering because the taxes are crazy. I'm in these homes. I'm a physical therapist. And these people in the valley, they come here because the school system is such a good school system. And they pack their kids in, and they want the school system, and it's expensive. It costs $25,000, $26,000 per kid. Once the kids graduate, they're gone. You know, we want commercial businesses in this town. We want the taxes to be down. This is only going to overburden the taxpayers. Thank you so very much.
Sorry, we're on a long road. Mackenzie Granada, North Raysbrook Road. Some of my neighbors are here, so it'll be nice. Thank you to the commission for your time and service to the town. I appreciate it. I know it's not always easy. It's really great to hear from the experts about the particulars of this proposed building on a specific site. But the issue is not just about this proposal and this site. It's bigger. Somebody said, big picture thinking. This is, potentially precedent setting. And there will be others proposing similar things if something like this is allowed. It could, irreparably change what our town looks like. So we're not just talking about one potential eyesore, but several. But for the time being, let's talk about this thing that looks like a 1980s high school building that then a town tried to figure out what they could put there. And then after maybe a community center didn't work, they tried to make it go a condo. Our actual high school is bigger, less visible from the road, and better looking than this. Also has probably a better traffic plan. My high school boyfriend lived in a place like that in Hamden, up on a ledge like this would be proposed to do. He lived there with his mother and 4 brothers. That's 4 boys who went to the high school in a single bedroom apartment. And that is real life information. That's Hamden, not Woodbridge. I don't think anybody wants there to be a time when someone looks at a building like that and says, oh, that looks like, the common thing you would see in Woodbridge. We have condominiums, and they don't really stick out a lot. They just blend in normally. And, I really implore our Planning and Zoning Commission to not make any precedent-setting exceptions that will pave the way for 3 or 4-story high-density residential structures like this, or any future developments, and we know there will be more that follow. It's possible to add affordable housing. Notably, the term affordable is subjective. In this town without harming the character of the town or impacting the environment as much. To make my point clear, I do believe that this building will harm the character of our town, not only aesthetically, but also the impact on the community, the infrastructure, the school, the senior center, our police force, our volunteer fire department, and so forth. It actually sounds kind of dangerous for our firefighters. Mr. Neff mentioned that there is some demand in town for long-term residents who wish to downsize, but this is not necessarily 55 or 65 plus or senior affordable housing. The idea that it's the building owner who self-reports and holds themselves to the standard for affordability is just not sufficient. It's pretty laughable. And I'm certain that this is not the type of housing we need in Woodbridge. I didn't see the traffic study. Sorry if that was published, I didn't do my homework. And quite frankly, the presentation was hard to follow, but I understand that the software couldn't even factor in side street. It didn't take into account, I don't think, that on Fountain Street, drivers often try to turn left on Seneca Road toward Whaley Avenue, and there's a backup there. I've seen accidents almost happen, especially in winter. Down that slope, I've seen school buses. It's dangerous. And then there's already a light at the end that backs up through several cycles. There's a lot more I have to say, but in the interest of everyone else's time, we deserve better, and we need the TPZ to listen to everyone in this town, many of whom are here today, who feel that the issue is important enough to ask you directly, as representatives of our interests. Please hold higher standards for our town. Thank you.
Tui from 27 Ridge Road. I just want to say...
Could you go a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry, my name is Miranda Santulli, 27 Ranch Road. I just want to say, the one thing I love about this town is that it's so beautiful. Growing up here my whole life, I've always loved how I always feel safe walking around outside. I go walk on like the trails around here, and it is such a nice town. And now I've been through the entire school system here. I just started college last year, and the one thing I love is how I could just come home to this nice, beautiful town. And that building or whatever it kind of looks like the cockroach infested dorms at my school, like at my current college right now. It's like, it just doesn't fit in with the town. Our town is so nice, the buildings, like all the houses are so nice and beautiful, and that just kind of like sticks out and kind of makes it like start to look like a city. And it's not. This town is a nice area, and it's where people the school system is so good here, and people pay really, really good money to live in this town. I know because my parents do, so. And just having that kind of, I don't know, it just kind of ruins the whole vibe of the town. It's like trying to, I don't know, sell Temu stuff in a Gucci store, if that makes sense. I mean, it just doesn't really fit with the town. But, I don't know.
How you doing? Sean Rowland, Fire Chief, Woodbridge Fire Department. I have a couple questions for you guys since we can't talk on the side or whatever, so hoping to try to get some answers for you guys. When we looked at the plan that we're not sure what truck was specified on turn radiuses coming into the facility. When we get up to the facility to make the turn around that corner, what truck was used, what were the specifications of the truck? Another question we had is down below on the print, you guys also show a trash receptacle underneath in the garage. How often is that emptied and moved out of the garage area? On the plans, there's also no fire hydrant shown. There could be fire hydrants on the property. What are those locations? Also, standpipes. There are going to be standpipes in the stairwell. The stairs are in the back of the building, which create a major problem for us. We'd like to see the stairs more in the front of the building if this project was going to come. To drag hose from the apparatus all the way in through, we'd have to go through the lobby, through the parking garage, up 4 flights of stairs to get there. So that's just not going to really be practical. Also, we'd like to see no EV chargers in that garage facility. It is a question because those cars will burn for 8 or 10 hours at a clip, and there's really no way of putting them out. There are no windows in the parking garage, but we don't have a copy of the fire protection plan yet to look at or have questions on. We'd like to have access from all sides of the building, or at a minimum, at least we can get the tower turntable on both the corners, so we would be able to stretch across the front of the building and the sides of the building. The other thing is in the back of the building, which we're having trouble delineating, if we were to put a ground ladder up, and the biggest ground ladder that we would have is a 35-foot ladder, that's not going to reach the 4th floor. And then what's the topography in the back look like when we if we could set the ladder up, and the practicality of actually rescuing the victims from that 4th floor or even the 3rd floor at that point? Will solar panels be a possibility on this building on the roof? The other thing is, I know it was said tonight, I missed it, how tall that parapet wall is on the front. Even if we can get a ladder up, we're still going to have to jump. So if that parapet, I believe they said was 5 feet, you still have to go from the ladder, you're going to jump down 5 feet to access the roof. Also, what are we looking at for condensers? How many condensers, air conditioning units up on top of the roof? Because those become problematic, and we would have to access them if we had a fire up there or we had a malfunction with one of the units. On plan ST2A, an underground fire suppression tank is shown. What's the purpose of that? And is this building going to be fully on city water? Or how, if the tank is there, fire suppression tank, which it's called, do we access it? What's the access for? And how is it used? Because if we have to access it, it's not in the correct location. You also talked about officers down there. Are these offices going to be staffed 24/7? If the fire alarm goes off, say for burnt toast or burnt food in one of the units, does that automatically trigger a response from the fire department, or is that going to be a local alarm, which is going to be handled by the building? Obviously, the building's going to have a fire alarm, which if it would reach the hallway, it would trigger and activate the entire alarm. We do have a lot of questions. I think the big one right now is how would we even access this facility with the trucks? We saw the planting plan, the trees. Remember, fire trucks are big, they're tall. You have to be able to get around, and the trees could be an issue. Just want you to know, be aware of when we looked at it, I think it's 24 feet parking space to parking space in between. When a log truck is set up, it's an 18-foot spread with the outriggers that come down along with the truck. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If you have, and for everyone, if there are written comments, feel free to submit those alongside your oral comments as well.
Hi, Dave Felix, 5 Chestnut Lane. I'm also on Coupop. I'm not here speaking for them, but I know a lot of the land in town because I have to look at it for Coupop. So I just wanted to, thanks for all the gentlemen working on it, the other folks that were talking today. Since I heard about this project, I've been looking around at buildings that were similar size, similar height. So we have our new 4-story storage just over the line in Miami, right, enormous, standing next to the parkway. In Shelton, there's some giant complexes going up along River Road, enormous structures. We have a new building in North Haven, right in the movie theater parking lot, right, so 3-4 stories high. And in Derby, we have the new, right along Route 8, 5-story, 6-story building. So all of these, what's common about it is they're in industrial and commercial areas. So something like this, to put not an industrial commercial area, even over in the New Haven line, that's a residential neighborhood, really doesn't add up, just looking at it from what we see in the area. We have rules and regulations for this kind of thing that we usually follow. I have rules about where I can put my shed in my yard, right? So that's a simple planning and zoning kind of thing. And for some reason, we're diverging from all those rules to let a giant building go in. So I ask you guys to reconsider your decisions to allow this, and hopefully make some better decisions. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Cheryl Worth, 27 Ranch Road. At first sight, my daughter's first comment was it looks like a prison. It seems that a lot of people working on this, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, seem to come from Fairfield County. Looking at this, it makes me think they got off 95, came through New Haven, and just shot over to Fountain Street and never drove through our town, ever. Our town, this is not indicative of what our town looks like, is not representative of the feel and nature of our town at all. With all due respect to the architect, maybe it's a great office building, but it doesn't suit Woodbridge. And when I heard the size of some of the apartments, 1,000 to 1,200 square feet, that's easily a family of 5. There are houses in this town on the smaller side that are 1,000 to 1,200 square feet. So easily, children can be living in those apartments with families, increasing our school classroom sizes. I'm a teacher. I know what it's like to teach 28 to 32 kids in a classroom. They don't get the same education as 16 when my kids went to school here in Woodbridge. They're not going to get the same education. They're not going to get the same focus. Our schools are busting at the seams. When my kids were in Amity High School, 1,500 kids, that school is packed to the gills. This will bring more children, I can guarantee it. In my heart of hearts, I know it will. People come to this town for the education, and people will come to the town and live in those rental units, and when their kids are done with the school, they will leave, and another family will come in with more kids and use the school system, and they will leave, and they will not be contributing to our tax base because they are renting. This is not going to help our town. It's going to make our costs go up. As was mentioned, police, firefighters. This will increase our town. And again, people that came and are presenting this, if they are from Fairfield County, which I believe that's what was stated earlier, would they want this in their backyard? There are gorgeous homes over there. Would they want this in their backyard? I think not. And I think that's what most of the people feel in Woodbridge. There is so, and if it was to come to fruition and there was no choice, this had to happen, I mean, we could make it look a little bit better. I'm not an architect, but I can certainly make that look more like our town. There are affordable spaces in the flats. There are many families that live there with many kids. There's smaller homes, there's duplexes. And there are many children down there. People aren't moving there just to live with their spouse and not have kids. They're moving here for the schools. We are known for our school system. To think that we're going to get 7 kids out of a 96-unit building is ludicrous. I hope that this is reconsidered for the sake of the taxpayers, the residents of this town, who love this town, who love the open space, and the character of this town. This does not fit the character, and I highly believe it will increase our taxes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Louis Tolo, Crestview Drive. My concern and comments today are regarding the financial impact of this project to the town's tax base. We're constantly told that we need to build more in this town to improve our tax base, and that's why we're having financial issues. I won't get into the details of that, that doesn't sit right with me, common sense. But more disturbing is whenever we talk about a project, this one, or all the building that's been discussed on the country club project, we never seem to know how many students it's going to add to our town. Yet this is 3/4 of the cost of our town. How are we so certain that we need to build more when we don't even understand what 3/4 of the tax is going to be? Now, I heard the number 4 based on this university study. I think you said we're planning on 7 or 8. But I did nothing more than take the number of students in high school and the number of students in the grammar school, divided that by the number of households in Woodbridge, I would get 0.55. If I applied that to only the 24 two-bedroom units, assuming no other kids are going to show up in these smaller units, I get 13 kids. So that's bigger than any of these numbers, the number we're using or the number of that study. And again, as the prior speaker said, this town's attraction is its school system. Don't be surprised you're going to find some kids in a 1-bedroom unit. But that's just a comment. Do we at least know how many students we can add to the system before the cost of those students plus the cost of the town not related to the students exceeds the tax revenues that we expect from the project? Do we at least have that number? We don't. We're flying blind. And I feel every time we get into this, and we don't know how many students we're going to have. Well, I don't know. Well, when we did, what is that, the Harper Homes project? When the developer came up and talked about the number of students, he said, well, we're going to revert to the town to let them tell us, because they didn't know. And the town, I don't put them in the town. We don't know what our costs are. Are we flying blind? Thank you.
My name is Beck Swanson. I live on Clark Road. And I've lived in this town for about 30 years. And one of the things that I wondered about this project early on was, had anybody considered the ramifications of a fire? And I was delighted to hear the fireman speak because I think he brought a little bit of reality to it. But you're proposing to allow a building that will be higher than anything else in town. Do we have the equipment? And if we don't have the equipment, who's going to pay for it? And where are we going to put it? And who's going to pay for that? We basically are looking at a building that has 4 sides, but only 2 of the sides are accessible to traffic. What that means is the backside, the entire length of the backside, and what they call the right side, which I presume is the south side, but they didn't give us that information. They're unavailable to the fire equipment. So who takes care of that if there's a fire? And when you consider what they proposed with this building, the thing is 45 feet nominally to the flat portion of the roof, and then they go another 5 feet higher in some portions, another 8 feet higher in other portions beyond that. Now, what is the regulation you're going to hold them to? Because it seems like it's growing. And the overall height of this thing, if you go from the garage basement to the roof, by their own accounting, is almost 65 feet. Where do we have anything like that in town? I guess there are a couple of spires on some churches, but that's it. The other thing is that the parking seems to get smaller. I don't know, it started off like almost 180 spaces, and now we're getting down to 145. What's with that? They didn't lose any units. They lost a 3-bedroom unit. That's it. The other thing I'm worried about is the attitude that the engineer proposed that if there's a fire, they're not going to use the windows anyway. If that were the case, the Connecticut State Building Code would not require egressable units in every living unit, dwelling unit. Any room that's used for living requires an egressable window. That's not so that they can use the stairs to get out of the building. That's so either people can get out or firemen can get in. So I don't think it's particularly reasonable to consider that kind of advice. If you had a fire in the northwestern corner of that building, and a fire truck would pull up to the entry to the basement garage, it would be almost 60 feet to get to the bottom of the window. And that being the case, do we have equipment that'll do that? I don't think so. Anyway, I would encourage you all to think about that. I'd like to add one comment, though, based on something that an earlier presenter said, and that is that in this town, in 2020, there were 1,400 registered Republicans voters, there were 2,800 registered Democrat voters, and there were 3,000 unaffiliated voters. So this board does not represent this town particularly well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Picard, and I'm on the Conservation Commission and value the land tremendously. That is not what I want to speak about because it's just one of the many, many issues in this piece of land. And I look over at that building, and this woman spoke about it before. If we just had a chain link fence around that, it would look a lot like a prison. And that is very discouraging. I can imagine the chain link fence and maybe a little less gloss on the walls, and I'm just surprised that we're even considering this. But the 2 things or 3 things that concern me is a lot of what people were talking about the fire code. It doesn't seem like the people, I mean, do you advertise the back half as like you have a 30% chance more of dying because you're not where the firemen can get to. I think that's very scary for anyone who lived there. And I do think they'd move there because the school system are so good and not consider that. And the other thing that I keep thinking about is as you're going up Fountain Street and you're trying to turn into this complex, you need to wait till all the people are coming down Fountain Street. And if it's anything like Roman Road, you can be waiting for a minute. And that means all the cars behind you are backing up. And it's a really steep slope. And many times on a snowy day, I don't go that way because you can't go up that way. And many times coming down, you almost slide, and I have good snow tires. So to me, there's a lot more detriment. The other thing, the traffic, well, he was talking about 2 cars during peak traffic times. He didn't say that there weren't 6 more cars coming out and in and out. So the traffic load is much more than the peak. And that's happening all the time under various snow conditions. And I think if we really saw the speed, he was calculating the 40 miles per hour that these people supposedly go down that road. I would suggest that we all go faster than that. And that we don't really have those 6 seconds or 8 seconds. And especially if it's a utility truck or something that can't make the curve as quickly. So I do think it's a significant hazard that would make me certainly not want to go on that road, even if there were the slightest conditions of rain or snow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Kathy Wick, Rimmon Road. I'm here to raise 2 issues, both of which involve false or misleading statements that I would urge this commission to investigate to be sure that you're making your decisions based on the actual facts at hand. First, I want to address the report by Mr. Fountain, the town planner. In the section, as some other people have mentioned, in the section of his report on municipal impacts, he includes his estimate that there will be 7 school children residing in this proposed 96-unit apartment building. Anyone who knows anything about our town will recognize the absurd nature of this low estimate. It is based on average yields from apartment complexes in the state as a whole. As we all know, on this measure, Woodbridge is far from average. Woodbridge is extreme. While the state as a whole has experienced a decrease in school enrollment of 8% in the last decade, Woodbridge's enrollment is up by 15% during that same time frame. Obviously, a state average is irrelevant to Woodbridge. I also took a look at South Windsor, and I don't think that's a good comparison either, because while South Windsor has experienced some school enrollment, the apartment complexes in South Windsor are not in a residential area. They're in a mixed-use downtown area, which is particularly appealing to single people without children, because they can live around nightlife, and that's where single people tend to want to live. In a quiet residential area, such as 804 Fountain Street, it's going to be more attractive to families. Just look next door at Orange, where apparently the Avalon Bay apartment complex sends 2 busloads of school children to the Orange and Amity schools every day. Mr. LaFountain should know better, and in fact, he does know better. When he moderated a panel presentation on housing on April 30th of this year, he expressly acknowledged that our town's school population is increasing and referred to that fact as unique. I understand that several town officials have objected to Mr. LaFountain's continued employment by the town, and I agree with the reasons cited for that objection. I think most townspeople are unaware. His firm, Bowman & York, has a conflict of interest and should not be working for our town. Bowman & York actually represented the Yale Law Clinic and the Open Communities Alliance against our town. These are the 2 entities that are currently suing the town of Woodbridge. Wow. In a presentation to this board, Mr. Donald Poland of Bowman & York insulted our town and called Woodbridge, quote, a landscape of exclusion, end quote. Why would we want to employ a firm that characterizes us in this way? Shouldn't that firm's professional ethics prevent it from taking on this work due to the obvious conflict of interest? I believe that professional ethics should have prevented them from seeking this work and that we should not continue to employ Bowman & York. They are not the only planning firm in the area, but they are the only firm that has inaccurately characterized our town and its people in such an offensive way. Next, I'd like to turn to an assertion made by Mr. Malisi in a previous meeting that the rents at 804 Fountain Street will be about $500 less than rents in New Haven. This statement seemed off to me, given that the rents he quoted for his proposed building I thought were quite high. I'm just going to focus on one-bedroom apartments. He quoted a rent of $23.50. According to Zillow, median rent for one-bedroom, one-bath apartments in New Haven is $21.61. I did a little bit of homework, didn't take long. Quickly, I found a dozen buildings in New Haven, a couple in Westville, several others downtown. Some of them are some of the brand-new luxury buildings that offer rents below Mr. Malisi's quoted price rent. I'm not going to go through it. It's in my written comments, which I'll get to Ms. Sullivan.
And I will ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Seems to me that the high prices of the vast majority of the units in this building contradict the intent of the zoning regulations, which allow this building under what is called opportunity housing. At these prices, 804 Fountain is not opportunity housing, it is luxury housing. Luxury housing should not be approved under cover of our opportunity housing regulations.
Good evening. In the spirit of public education, I thought I'd also share some of the criteria.
Can you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Sorry about that. Right before the horse. Robert Zasco, 6 Westwood Road. It's my understanding that Section 6.3C of our town planning and zoning regs outlines certain criteria by which we would make a decision, or the board before me would make a decision on a special exception application. I do have written comments, so I'll turn these in and try to keep it short, but just reading a few of these criteria, if you will. What do we look for? We look for the health, safety, and welfare of the public. In particular, compliance with the plan of conservation and development. The location and the size of the proposed use. The nature and intensity of the proposed use and any operation involved in the use. The scale of the proposed site and structure. The harmony and appropriateness of the use of the site, of the use and site design in relation to the general area and to adjacent properties. And compliance with the zoning regs as set forth in Section 6.4C. I come to you tonight as a resident who, frankly, I don't see how this is even a question. I think we've heard ample public comment and discussion from experts, and it just seems like the application is lacking in many regards. Rather than read you my understanding of the facts when I wrote this morning prior to this discussion, I just thought I would harp on one thing that a fellow resident talked to me about this weekend, which is the concern of overcrowding in these types of dwellings. And it was noted to him that we actually don't have an ordinance that limits the number of people that can reside in a specific unit. And as a layperson, that seems like something that could cause public health and safety concerns. So I don't know the answer to that, but certainly that's something I'd love to hear more about in the future. One other thing I thought I'd note is just looking around, surfing the internet as many people have, what other towns are experiencing these types of applications. And I came across towns such as Westport, Greenwich, and Shelton, who have all recently denied applications under what I would deem a special exception here. Notably, those had higher numbers of affordable units, 25 to 30%. So I just encourage the Town Planning and Zoning Commission to look for a higher number of affordable units, because I think that's what residents are looking for. Thank you.
Good evening, Daniel Arpaia, Seymour Road. As I look around the room here, it's a shame almost 4 hours in, we've lost about 80% of the folks that came in for public comment. So unfortunately, I don't think we're getting the full voice of the folks that are concerned this evening. I think we have a beautiful town here. First and foremost, I think we have a wonderful education system. You look at our budget, about a third goes to Beecher, a third to Amity, and then a third left to run the town. And I think that's one of the things that keeps families moving into town is the high quality of education. I'm concerned with the way that this building is being characterized as 7 students added to the population with 96 units is drastically, maybe laughably under where it will actually end up. I think when people go look at Zillow and they see 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 on schools, they're looking to get their kids into schools here. And I think there were comments before about examples with, 4 kids in, 1 loft-style type apartment. That could very well happen here in multiple or many of the units. I've got 2 young kids in the school system here. My daughter in first grade, just a couple months in, her class got broken up because there were too many students in the class compared to the amount of teachers. They needed to go get another teacher, and then they changed the class size. As you can imagine, pretty disruptive to someone that early in her educational journey to have that experience, having friends, go to different school, different class, and everything else. I also remember in past years where we've had trailers brought in for additional classroom space. Very sub-ideal. I think we need to be protective about our resources in this community, specifically education, and ask ourselves what this is doing for the education system and the risk versus reward. So the tax revenue we're going to get off this most likely will not cover the burdens we'll put on the community. Not to mention, does that push us into a situation where we need to do major additions or even go build a new elementary school for who knows how many tens of millions of dollars, right? So that's one major concern. Another expressed by Chief Rowland in the format of questions. I think there's serious concerns here about access by first responders. The back of the building, a 35-foot ladder, not going to reach the 4th story. Potentially not the 3rd story. It takes 4 firefighters to throw a 35-foot ladder, even if you can. It's a tremendous workload. And not to mention, too, just looking at the layout of the building in the parking lot, we're talking about swinging a turn in not a chaotic environment. If there's some type of structure fire, it's going to be high chaos, right? There's going to be people everywhere, cars moving, lots of vehicles coming in, going out. Being able to set up a scene, I think is going to be important there. So I would take a relook at that parking lot layout and access to the rear of the building. Thank you.
Michael Broderick, 5 Old Stowe Road. On a bit of levity, because it is such a depressing application, I want to give kudos to the architect. I think he gives point a new style. I'd like to call it early medieval prison architecture. And I think that's the most fitting look of what you've got. And as a former member of planning and zoning, I had a very different view than this group about what your responsibility is to the community. I always thought it was your purpose to protect the integrity and the character of our town. And I've seen, really, from your behavior that that's not what you're doing. I'm not sure why. Because when we looked at applications, or when we came up with a plan of conservation development, it was for the benefit of all Woodbridge residents. This doesn't give us any benefits. It's a detractor in every way, from our tax burden. Our planner, who I said should be fired at the last meeting, absolutely should be. They're getting $90,000 to give you advice that we are going to have 7 kids from this unit. Anybody who lives in town, I'm a veterinarian in town, people move here for the schools. The entire village district is filled with children trying to get into our school system. This will add tons of children. He's using a generic formula that doesn't recognize what Woodbridge is at all. When we had a planner, when we did the plan of conservation development, it did not represent and gave us a generic view of Woodbridge. We fired them and we wrote it ourselves. You should do the same. He's not worth $90,000. On top of that, having a discussion about the zoning change that allowed this with one of your members that voted for it, When he was asked with the zoning change, would he like this next to his house? His answer was no. But he's willing to impose it on the rest of us. Why is that? And on top of that, that's really, really distressing behavior. The other explanation was it would help us in our suit with Yale. I think it's just the opposite. It gives Yale more fire to allow multifamily housing like this all over our residential ed in our lawsuit against them. So it's really poor thinking on this board's part that you allow the zoning change to allow that. Secondly, the other reason, that this should be denied is, again, the financial reason. If you watched our Board of Finance, our chairman of the Board of Finance said this was a financial disaster for the town. And they're talking about the schools. That is, again, your ethical responsibility to us. It isn't to them. They are coming in and asking for these things. You are supposed to be protecting us. Where is it? And I'm just really fed up that I have to come meeting after meeting and tell you guys you aren't doing your job properly. And there's something wrong with this board that this is being allowed in this town. I don't know what else to say, but I hope you really change your mind and start making sense for the greater community of Woodbridge. We deserve it.
Good evening, Amy Morello, 184 Raymond Road. I'll make just one point, but because of the process here, I'm going to reserve my extra time for the next meeting. My question is this actually a 4-story building? When you look at the frontage, what is supposed to be underground is above ground for a good portion of the building. So you folks are the ones who have the definitions. Please look closely and determine whether in fact this is 4.5 stories, 5 stories, but it sure doesn't look like 4 to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Paul Harrigan.
Tony, can you sign in, please? Thank you.
My name is Paul Harrigan from 27 Brook Road. I have 3 points to make. I find it incredibly perplexing why the chairman of the town planning and zoning is asking the applicant for legal advice during the meeting. I don't know where the town attorney is tonight, but that's who you should be asking legal advice to. People on the town planning and zoning have a responsibility to the residents of town, not to a developer. You've been given a trust to represent the views of the residents of Woodbridge. You've heard the views of the residents of Woodbridge, and it's not to grant a special exception to build this building that looks like a prison. I think it does look like a prison. I think there are a number of things that are wrong with the project itself. I mean, the groundwater study in general, the project has been presented as completely half-baked. Perhaps the developer doesn't want to spend the money to do the tests that should be done, but the stormwater study that they've done is inadequate. You've heard people talk about the financial impact of having students in the school system. There's every single thing that they've talked about this project. The height of the project, why would it be so tall when the town doesn't even have equipment to put out a fire at a building that tall? There's nothing about this project at all that makes sense for the town of Woodbridge. Our taxes would be dramatically impacted by the additional services that would be required, the number of students in the school system. There's nothing in this project for the town of Woodbridge to offer an exception to a developer for. And this board is so disappointing that the changes that you've made to the zoning regulations in town seem to be to promote your particular radical ideas of social engineering as opposed to represent the views of and the trust that you've been given by the residents of town. I think it's shameful.
Just a short comment.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Building here.
Can you please just introduce yourself first?
Excuse me?
Please introduce yourself first. Your name, sorry.
Charles Griffith, 21 Century Road, Woodbridge. Just a short comment. This building is an urban center building, really. And yes, it's a building that should be the center where people walk the street, go to restaurants, community stores, all the great things that people do in cities. I once lived in Manhattan. I walked the street, went to restaurants, went to, convenience stores, planted flowers around the trees. You really get to know people. And it was really exciting. I mean, some of my best friends to this day are still from I met at that time. I met my wife in that community. But this building here, yes, this is where they should move it there, do it there. This building has few amenities. This is not where it should be. I mean, it's an amenity desert really right here for this kind of a building. Second, also, aesthetically, it's not the right building for a country. This is an urban aesthetic. It's a crime to put this building here. They may have this design, move it to the city. Thank you.
I talk.
Haven't had a drink recently. Sorry.
Robert Hill, 68 Corn Hill Road. First of all, thanks for those of you serving in this board. Hopefully the common sense comes through, because I know there's a number of smart people on this board, and hopefully you do the right thing. I had an opportunity to review the report done by the engineer. I thought it was pretty intriguing when I read it today, that it almost, as I looked at it, and I said, wow, I can't believe someone would actually submit an application lacking the information and some of the things that were just didn't bother doing. And the way I said, why would someone do that? What would their strategy be? Why would they do that? And the only thing I could think was, you must think that they already have the votes for what they need. You don't need to worry about whether or not they're in compliance or not, because it's already been a sale for them anyway. So, thought about a couple other things, you heard about the school systems and that type of thing, that's not really part of your purview in terms of you just have to stick by the rules, as, Dr. Broderick had referenced before when he served on this board, protecting what the rules are that are written, and Don Salado too, he was the chairman. The aesthetics of the building is obviously horrendous for a town. How could that be presented? It's kind of an insult to our intelligence. Question I have is, the traffic, where the traffic studies done, where there was actually the thing put in the road, where they actually measure the cars going by, and also the speed of the cars and that type of thing. Is there a light being considered for this spot? It's a pretty dangerous area, as many have already, presented already. A few years ago, I sat through and participated in a roundtable discussion where Ms. Hunter was one of the people leading the discussion in this roundtable kumbaya discussion, trying to bring everyone together. And it was really kind of a first phase step, and my thought was trying to brainwash us into this thinking of we should be like other certain communities that we aren't, okay? And this certainly is a great example of, I think, what was envisioned at that point in time, which does not fit in this town. So, stop the brainwashing on this. Let's do the right thing. This isn't right for Woodbridge. And, as much as we need affordable housing, and there's a lot of affordable housing that technically doesn't qualify because you have to be certified and that type of thing. So please do the right thing. Make sure the application is complete. Make sure that it meets the criteria similar to the guy who was talking about when he had to rebuild his house, he had to meet everything to the letter of law. That's what rules are for. We don't live in a society today where you can just do whatever you want. And this application seems to be do whatever you want. So thank you for your time. Please do the right thing. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who would like to give a public comment? Are there any other members of the public who would like to give a public comment? And as is my tradition, I ask a third time. Oh, yes. Come on forward. Thank you.
Even longer. Or our intentions.
And they'll publish their voting and,
My name is Matthew Giglietti. I live at 14 Briarwood Drive. I've lived in Woodbridge for more than 50 years. The first thing I'd like to point out to the TP&Z is that this is what a public hearing is supposed to look like. When we got here, the place was full because people in Woodbridge react to items such as this, land use, etc. This board failed us when on December 2nd, 2024, you held a public hearing on the matter of changing the zoning rules, the onerous changing of the zoning rules, with not one member of the public there. And all I heard was from the chairman, we did what we had to do, which meant we put the ad in the newspaper on Thanksgiving Day, and nobody showed up to that meeting. I chaired many public hearings when I was on the Board of Finance. If it was an important matter that came before me, and nobody showed up, I would postpone the meeting. For you to hold that meeting with not one member of the public there, and make the changes in the zoning laws that you did, is disgraceful. And you should be ashamed of yourselves. Not one of you could have said, no, we can't do this. We should postpone this meeting. But no, you went ahead and you made these onerous changes to the zoning laws, mainly to approve what they want you to do. The only item I'm going to bring up tonight is something I'm good at, and that's finance. Scott, whatever his name is, 7 students, trust me. Orange had the same problem with the Avalon project, and they now take, as somebody said earlier, 2 busloads of kids. They were told there were going to be no impact on their schools. 2 busloads of kids every day made that project. At $25,000 per student, which is what it costs for Amity and/or Amity's easy to figure because that's what they charge us. Beecher is in the same ballpark. If you get 10 students, that's $250,000, and you are going to get more than 10 students. If you get 40 students, figure it out. Okay, it's $1 million. And there's no way this is going to generate $1 million in taxes. This could be disastrous to the town of Woodbridge from a tax point of view. So I just hope, in this real public hearing, you heard all the comments. I didn't hear too many positives. I didn't hear one positive. I hope you take these comments seriously and realize the people of Woodbridge do not want this project and never will. Thank you.
So I'll ask again, are there any members of the public who wish to speak this evening? One more time, anyone from the public who would like to speak? And then I will ask a third time to see if there's anyone who would like to speak this evening. So seeing none, we're going to continue our public hearings. So do I need a motion to continue? And it's moved and seconded to continue our public hearing. Sorry.
Your 3 minutes are up. Your 3 minutes are up.
I know, my 3 minutes are up. We're going to continue it to the next regularly scheduled meeting, if that's for the intervener before you go away. We're doing scheduling, so our interveners want to come forward. Thank you.
So,
If you'd like to make a suggestion.
go ahead.
Sure.
may want to do public comment first, so we can, there's no unnecessary objection, you know, so everyone who wants to be here at 6:30 can have their say. So.
Yeah, we're getting, so the purpose of our meeting next time is substantive responses to ready for tonight, and we're having received our town engineering consultants reports. So there's a lot of things. My only concern is you have public comment before you hear, the public hears all those things. I mean, we can do public comment twice. I'm okay with that too.
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to do is get the entire flush of comments out, so we can respond to the entire body of it, because we do get the last word, so I just want to be able to know that there is going to be a last word at some point. That's all. I'm trying to do this as efficiently as possible.
No, understood.
But listen, I'm not trying to dictate how you got plenty of direction from other folks tonight. I'm not trying to tell you how to run your meeting. I'm just trying to make it efficient for all of us, so. Up to you.
It's not something you have to decide.
Yeah, we don't have to decide right now, but it is something that we'll take under advisement for the schedule. If the applicant interveners would, as part of the various sorts of things you're submitting to us, if you do have any suggestion on the run of show for our next public hearing, we would happily receive that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just say for the record, it would be ideal if we could have as much of that substance and back and forth to us in writing with some period of time to review it before our next meeting. And if that's true for the public as well, then they presumably could comment on it at any time.
Yeah, no, Ben, point well taken. It is challenging for us even to receive the stacks of paper just a day or so before a meeting or during a meeting, which we end up then flipping through this paper. So what is a realistic timeline for the applicant's responses, for do we know from our consultant when?
I don't know, because he's gonna give initial comments on the plans that were submitted.
Yeah.
He's gonna give initial comments on the plans that were submitted. Then you're gonna have response plans, and he's gonna have to respond to that. So, I don't know. You know,
Right,
we're gonna have his comments back in a timely manner before the hearing continuation in July. You may need another meeting. I don't know.
I agree. I think we're looking at 2 more meetings.
Okay. That's probably a safe assumption.
I would assume that.
I'm sorry?
I would make that assumption.
Understood, which is why I said, let's just let all the public speak, and we can just, I'm assuming that no one who has spoken already is going to be allowed to speak again, so we can just get all the folks who have, good reasons to go home, because maybe they're getting their work tomorrow morning, they can have their say, we can prevent whatever substantive responses we have, and then if we have to continue on, we can, so.
Right, I don't know that if they're going to speak, I don't know that you can deny the public a chance. If they're going to make a presentation, how can, and I already spoke, how can you deny that person a chance to comment on what you said? I think that would be wrong.
But I guess the point is, at some point, it has to end, because if we are responding to comments, and then they comment, and then, so that's why typically, I think you want to have, okay, so we present, people have their comments, that session's over, and then we respond. It just, because otherwise, it won't be 2 more meetings, it'll be 6 more.
You're not responding to public comments, you're responding to the information presented tonight by other parties.
I think we will be responding to public comments too. Probably not, most of them are not in the substantive way, but, there was,
So that should motivate you to have a very thorough, substantial response, right? That way we don't have to keep going back and forth. So if you have a very substantial response, counselor, right, it would be very thorough, and then we'll be able to know how to respond.
And I'm not here to, argue with you. I'm happy, we will do it however deemed appropriate.
I would be surprised if, markedly different themes emerge from public comment at the next meetings.
No, good points. And I think we can anticipate those.
So when is our next?
Your next regular meeting will be on Monday, July 7th, and I have already reserved this room.
Okay. So Monday, July 7th, it's been moved and seconded, all in favor of continuation. Say aye. Any opposed, any abstentions, hearing none. We will, again, suggestions on the runner show for that hearing would be welcome for those who have them, and we look forward to seeing the updated information as expeditiously as everyone can do that. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Thank you all, and thanks. Oh, I usually give my thank you to folks for their participation. Thank you to members of the public. This is being recorded, so folks might still see this at some point. We are really appreciative of the public for their participation in their process through both our oral testimony and their written testimony. Thank you to the applicants for your informative presentations. Thank you to the interveners as well for your presentations and those of your experts. And thank you to the commission members for being good listeners and listening to questions. So with that, we've continued our public hearing, so we have other business. Folks should feel free. We are going to be very quick on our other business, recognizing the hour. Chris, is there anything critical?
You've got that correspondence just for informational purposes regarding the ground-mounted solar.
What's that in the?
That was in the
stack of papers?
Or I gave it to you tonight, and I may have forwarded you the electronic version. It goes to the siting council. It's not anything that you need to act on, but should someone discuss or bring up something to you, that way you know what it